Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. I would like to publicly apologize for being late. I'm not going to say names. I'm not going to point fingers at anybody I was talking to about Swedish food, but it's certainly not my fault. So, we see this one random woman here, and she's like, "Hi, I'm a random woman," and she's a paladin, which is weird. And she's like, "Hey, what's up?" And I'm like, "Hey, what's up?" And she's like, "Here, have these things." And I'm like, "Oh, cool." And here, have the best healer class of the game. And I'm like, "Sweet." And so now I have the best healer class of the game. Ta-da! So, whoop, wrong person. As a fresh reminder, everything from this point on is new to me. I see the crystal has imparted to you its knowledge, as expected. Excellent, you're ready to embark on your training, and naturally it begins with the armaments, a set of short staves known as nuliths. Nuliths trace their roots to healers of old who employed naturally occurring objects of power known as adder stones. These stones, which harbor spiritual energy, were placed around the sick and ailing to create an etheric confluence through which the healer channeled their magics. From this primitive design, Nuliths naturally evolved to their present form. While their construction is far more sophisticated, the basic principle remains unchanged. In practice, the sage wields the Nuliths as an extension of the mind, sending them darting through the air to weave the arcane patterns through which they unleash their advanced magics. They sound difficult to wield. Well, that's because they are. Alright, anybody in chat have issues with Sage? Just wondering. I'll admit it took me several minutes to really get a hold of Sage, but I actually rather enjoy Sage. So. They sound difficult to wield because they are, blah, blah, blah. But you have knowledge, advantage that transcends talent. The crystal! With its knowledge, the technique will come more naturally to you than others. What is with that hat? Now, as much as I would like to try your hand at the Nuliths at once, I've just received promising intelligence from command. Yeah, it's funny, because the chakram thing, they're detached, too, this particular one. I think this is the classical thing, which all looks Greek for some reason. Apparently our fugitives have taken themselves to Idleshire and the Gervanian hinterlands. Let's go there at once! That's the first time I've heard that sound. I know what you're thinking, but you've already unlocked Sage and Reaper lore. Yeah, if you've never heard me say this 700,000 times... I usually play this game muted. Yeah, that would be funny. Sorry, I'm just picturing. Alright, I need to be healed to full in 5 seconds. But I'm playing Sage. If it makes you feel any better, Rax, I play most games on mute when I'm doing stuff like that. Star Trek Online, wow. It's just useful to have... Well, no, there's no voice acting for the stuff I do off camera. Like doing quick unlocks or doing roulettes. I don't need to have the audio on for doing roulettes. You know what I mean? And let's be honest, I just described 99% of my playtime off camera, so there you go. Also, farming Boja or Zadnor. There's another, you know, off-camera thing, which I don't really need the audio for. One moment, I need to write down this donation. Thank you, Fife. Ever and always. And that's for StarCraft 2. You got it. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. I had a random, stupid, weird idea. Which I was gonna have. Yeah, I know, right, Omega Legion? Why would I ever possibly? Anyways. Random, stupid idea. So, I just kind of bank dealer's choice, right? And I have for a while at this point. But I've had the vague idea of just kind of distributing it evenly amongst all the lore's choice things. And just kind of doing that. Maybe not with the whole bank, because the bank is actually gargantuan. But like as a going forwards kind of a deal. So like here. Thoughts? And you're probably like, where'd that come from? I had a dream about it. My dreams have been weird lately. So I'm looking for opinions, Tim. If I was just to make the decision myself, then I already would have. I immediately shove WoW to the top of the list. I'm not doing that. I already said that. I'm not doing that. In truth, I'm not 100% prepped for a WoW review anyways. Mostly because of the later stuff. The early stuff, like I could review BC right now. Just like that, no issues. But and I could review Wrath right now and Kata. But the moment I hit Pandaria is when difficulty shows up with reviews because of a lot of the way that Pandaria is constructed. So. Oh, sorry, you asked that on YouTube, and I forgot to respond to you. I apologize. I actually saw your comment. I have no plans to. It kind of depends on what I'm doing at that point, because that's a Tuesday, and I don't know when they're doing the announcement, and I don't know what I'll be... I might be done with FF14 by then and streaming Elden Ring, and Elden Ring will probably be a downtime game anyways. You know, just chatting kind of a game. So I might just talk about it while streaming Elden Ring, but I don't plan to do a special thing for it. Let me just put it that way. So, this is Idleshire. Their tales do not do the place justice. Truly impressive what the goblins and their fellow scavengers have managed to build upon the ruins of our colony. To the task at hand, as I mentioned before, we have every reason to believe the fugitives have recently passed through this town. May even still be here. For the sake of efficiency, I suggest we split up and search. I'll see to the town south if you tend to the north. No, that's pretty much by design, Tim. The curve is supposed to be a I'd say a non-linear curve, but obviously a curve isn't linear, but you know what I mean, right? The curve has set points by design. It's supposed to be harder to get to here, and then different to get to here. And yeah, exactly. It's kind of staircasey. It's part of the design of the whole structure of the thing, and it's one of the reasons why it's taken so long to hammer out all of the formulas that go into it. I am currently happy with it. We'll see how long that lasts. You know how that is, right? It's perfect in every way. Oh, wait. Besides, I think, to finish in responding to Aspros, I think the one thing that we can definitely agree with is that we haven't had enough WoW discussion during the FF14 stream, so we need to have WoW discussion during the Elden Ring stream as well. Did you hear that? Oh no, it's weird looking sage weapons. The irony is we will 100% be discussing FF14 during the WoW stream. Like, that's pretty much guaranteed. For the exact same reason we tend to discuss WoW during the 14 stream. Like, there's a lot of good comparisons that can be had between the two. Someday, nowhere soon, we're going to go ahead and be reviewing... Yeah, I love the Sage's posters here. We're going to be reviewing World of Warcraft, Aspros. It's not funded yet, and it's not up next, but it will happen someday. Too many ears. Too many eyes. We best leave. Interesting party makeup. A monk, a black mage, and a sage. I don't know who you are, but I don't care. Don't get in our way again. You've been warned. Or we could, you know... Another heterochromia. Why do all these people have heterochromia? No, the lore run... We can't lore run Shadowlands. And we can't lore run BFA yet, so neither of those are on the table. Even if they were, any lore run would be baked into the review, just like we're doing right now. So... Lore run and review are synonymous at this point. Oh, no doubt, Omega Legion. Thank you. Had you not intervened when you did, I dread to think what might have become of me. Permitting me to introduce myself, Faldronet of Charlayan, at your service. Oh, you're from Charlayan. Oh. And Charlayan too! Look, we gotta kill these Charlayan people. A recent graduate of the Studium, in fact. Would you mind telling us what happened? Oh, that an alumna would come to my rescue. Thaliak watches over his own! Lean in. Oh gods. As to what happened, what is there to say? I was going about my business when they set upon me without warning or provocation. I see. What's your business, if you don't mind my asking? Healing. The provision of it, that is. I'm a sage, you see. I travel the realm providing treatment gratis to those who cannot afford it. A sage besides. Speaking of which, one of your assailants, the Vera man, also wielded sage magic. Was he known to you? No. I never so much as laid eyes upon him. I do have an inkling, however, as to why the villains have come here. If they use the sage's art for ill, then their destination is like to be Saint Mosian's Arboretum. The Arboretum? What could they possibly seek in that abandoned place? Following the Exodus, the cultivation of certain plants became forbidden in Charlayan, but that which can no longer be found in the motherland still grows freely there, along with some potent but dangerous herbs. I see. That does stand to reason. I dare say it was for that knowledge the fugitives attacked you. You too are a sage, but you look like a lich. How did you come across your soul crystal? The good people of Technon entrusted the crystal to me, and when it exhibited a strong resonance in Lore's presence, I entrusted it to him. Then you were chosen to inherit. Is aught amiss? No, 'tis nothing. I was just struck by the remarkable providence to have crossed paths with sages so far from home. Ours is a reclusive nation, after all. Our policy to observe, not intervene. This did not sit well with me, so I left Charlayan behind, as the great master Louis Soir once did. And though I would never dare equate myself to him, I too believe it my duty to alleviate suffering in the world. So, that's what brought you to Eorzea. You're a noble soul, and I commend your resolve. Well, I must return to the road. I thank you for coming to my aid. Till next we meet, let us both endeavor to seek out new knowledge and possibilities for the betterment of mankind. You see the cloud of darkness that floats around with me? That's my phylactery, Omega Legion. Let's head to the Saint Arboretum at once. Given what we know of the fugitives, I had considered they might be after the knowledge in the Great Gooba Library, but Master Faldernet presents a compelling theory. And, for an all but proven theory of my own, our quarries clearly enhanced themselves with sage magic. I had suspected as much given what they stole, but the leader's actions earlier leave little room for doubt. Not that it gives us greater insight into what they are, or their ultimate goal. Regardless, to use a sage's soul crystal for ill is unforgivable. I'll not rest until these criminals have been brought to justice. Right, Arboretum. Our mission aside, it'll be an ideal place for your training. Yep, I definitely need training in Sage. Of course, said Slayer. She can defend herself, and no one would ever suspect. Plus, this way I could defend her and my soul at the same time, but it works out pretty nicely. So... it really is Omega Legion. God, that's so terrible. Of course it has to go on. Why wouldn't it? I was gonna say something. I've lost. Oh, yeah. Talking about heterochroma. So y'all want to hear the really stupid eye thing I've always wanted? So it's very unobvious because of how, you know, my lighting setup is. My eyes are actually quite green. The eyes you see in game are not all that dissimilar from my own. It's just they're more obvious because they're a cartoon and I'm not. But if you see my eyes in sunlight, they are very green, right? But the kind of color eyes I've always wanted is... Okay, I'm saying that sentence wrong. Let me walk that back. I've always wanted my eyes to be more green, like more obviously green. And then I played Pokemon Shield. And then I saw what rainbow eyes looked like. And I just sort of fell in love with the concept. So I'd love to have rainbow eyes. Don't worry, my vision isn't full of crap. It's full of grass. It may interest you to know this place holds special meaning to sages, from ancient strains to crossbred creations. Myriad medicinal plants have been cultivated within its halls. Alas, in the wake of the Exodus 15 years ago, the once magnificent institution has fallen into ruin. Yeah, I've done this dungeon. Still, there's a certain charm in seeing nature reassert her dominion. Why, it must be a veritable menagerie of rare wildlife. I'd like to spend a day studying them, field guide in hand. Excuse me, this isn't a field trip, but a mission. Our objective is to find the fugitives, and failing that, clues that will lead us to them. Please see to your preparations. Okay. I'm ready. There's actually mid-mission checkpoints. Like, there's actually a pop-up message that just said there's mid-mission checkpoints in this thing. I was gonna say, that's new. And, I mean, long overdue, but good. I was gonna say, GTO 4 expansion here. Anyway, someone asked my expectation for the Sage quests. I have none, of course. I have no expectations whatsoever for anything, except for one thing, which I'm gonna stay quiet about until it becomes relevant. Bonk, 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 bonk. Okay. I mean, yeah, Omega Legion. Always online requirement is kind of a thing. It's not technically always online requirement, but it's kind of always online requirement. I did it! I know how to play a Sage. I've healed raids. Let's go! I don't even have this spell yet. I heal Savage. No! I do not have time. The eternal problem. What's actually funny is I completely agree with you, Omega Legion. This is something we haven't really seen before. This is a proper, this is how to play this class tutorial built into the class quests. How, like, this has never really been done. Like, we've had the role tutorializations way back in ARR. And, that is an issue, Ponton, and something that has to be kept in mind when you do this kind of tutorialization. You're right, Astrologian did too. I actually forgot about that, because that was way back at 30. But you're right. So never mind, I'm not impressed. I spit upon this patooey. Snuff, snuff. I mean, I've said it before and I'll say it again. This is how you make quests good in FF14. Is you make them dungeons. You make them these kind of encounters. Impressive! To see how you wield your Nuoliths, one would not think you're a novice. Fresh reminder, I've actually already leveled this to 90. Now, co-op! That's the dream right there. Oh, and thank you, Haley's, very much, as always. And if you know where you want to put that sub, as far as increasing priority or showing interest in the game, please let me know. I mean, yeah, I agree. The whole game should be co-op with only a few exceptions. I've said that before and I'll say it again. Non-co-op should be the exception, not the rule. Because there are times when you want it to be solo only. Tor, which is probably the most co-opable game out there as far as MMOs go. Even Tor has solo stuff. Yeah, like the Elidibus thing. It's a good example. Probably check the queue. What do I got here? So answer that question. Answer that question. That's a lot of these questions. Hang on. I don't think I would give a negative for something that's co-op, in general. The worst that could ever be is a bit of gameplay and story segregation, and that's life. Like, that's an MMO in general. The mere fact that we're grouping with someone is gameplay and story segregation in almost every MMO, so... I don't think I'd give it negative. But I do agree with the core tenet, which I just said. Alright, so... I've ever changed my thoughts on a mechanic. Has there ever been a negative that became a plus, or the reverse? I feel like the answer to that is yes, but I'm having trouble thinking of what it was. I know we changed our minds a little bit on how we grade unskippable cutscenes over the years. In fact, we've changed our minds twice on unskippable cutscenes. Fugitives, in the name of the forum, I demand you surrender yourself at once. Careful, he's edgy. He's got a tear tattoo. Teardrop tattoo, there we go. All the weapons to bear against us. It's the Lich of Light. No matter, I warned you once, I won't warn you again. That's new. I like the direction they're going with it. It's a good mix of classical Final Fantasy and, well, FF7, to be blunt about it. Yeah, I was just thinking that, Rax. They're like, alright, we know what a sage can do. So here you go, have fun. We are, of course, on normal because easy isn't available, at least until we fail. I mean, if you think about it, a paladin and a sage would be a mean combo in lore. But we don't have time for this. You held your own against the enhanced. But that's enough sport for now. Even though you beat us like a joke, it's time for us to leave. I'm not giving a music positive for one song. Yet. I mean, Sage is overall my favorite healer. It's not the best healer, but it's the best FF14 healer. My opinion. It's basically the gunbreaker of healers. Structured and designed a little bit more like a DPS class. Lots of good mobility and buttons, and it doesn't feel boring to play during downtime sequences. It does take a little bit of time, like there's a bit of delay for certain actions, like, you know, doing stuff like this. Oops, hang on, like this. It's making my point for me there. Yeah. The pouch they dropped contained a plant. What they came for, I shouldn't doubt. Just some manner of herb, but none I've seen. And as I made my way out, I also stumbled onto what seems to be a diary by the entrance. An FF soundtrack that's not good. FF3 on the original might qualify. Though as much of its contents are magically obfuscated, and FF2, I could make out some nautical terms, so we could assume it belonged to a sage. As we continue our pursuit, I'll work on lifting the enchantment. When you have a moment, please feel free to peruse the contents in Idleshire. ARR, to be as blunt as I can be, only got a positive because of coils in Crystal Tower. For music. A statement I stand by, I feel like adding. And yeah, that's the thing. Both FF2 and FF3 have good songs in them. They do. Even the original NES versions do. But if you look... It's like the review concept. You look at the soundtrack as a whole, and there's a whole lot of... in both soundtracks. It's one of the reasons the Pixel remaster of 3 impressed me so much. Because a lot of 3's music is just kind of... No, I'm going in. I'm right. Hang on. Hence, a fellow sage who has much cooler weapons than I do. I've dispatched the plant to Charlene for identification. When we learn what it is, I believe we will gain insight to the villain's objective. Now tell me, have you been practicing? I ask, because even with the crystal's knowledge, you demonstrated remarkable proficiency. I may have gotten to 90 on the class, yes. Regardless, 'tis plain you have a gift for the art. The sage whose memories reside in the crystal must be beaming with pride. Sometimes I can't help but wonder, if the sage's art was created for the betterment of mankind, why does it incorporate techniques which inflict harm? And the fugitives, what could have compelled them to spurn our homeland's prescribed policy, as Master Louis Swan and Master Faldrene have? I'm used to no avail. It'll be a while before we hear it back. Until then, go level for a bit. Okay. I like that turn-in sound. Not sure what to think of the pickup sound yet. Wonderful timing! I just received the results of that plant I sent in! I know, it's stupid. I never stop being amused by that. It's gonna take a few weeks for this to happen. Oh, you're back just in time. 'Tis most certainly why the fugitives came to Eorzea. Unable to obtain the herb in Charlene, they decided to procure it from the Arboretum. They likely intend to use it in conjunction with the Soul Crystal to further enhance themselves. Though their motives are still a mystery, the fact remains they have caused harm, and will continue to do so until they are brought to justice. Now, as they fail to obtain Muscimoli here, they will need to look elsewhere, and I'm pleased to say my informer has helped me identify an apothecary who deals in the herb, and whom I suspect our quarry will seek out. So, this individual is in Lost Hope, so that's where we shall take ourselves. Mark my words, they won't escape me this time. I'll suffer them to misuse the sage's noble art no longer, much less with that soul crystal. If we're to catch the fugitives, we'd best hurry. That said, we should take a moment to regroup and prepare at Blackbrush Station. Okay. But first, Now I flee. If I can target the thing. There we go. No, no, no! Must run. Oh, Jesus, Omega Legion. The Bronze Flight would look at Alexander and just get a headache. Just like... ugh. Really? Really? Okay. Someone remind me to hit the guild house after the Sage Chain, please. There's something I meant to do off camera and I forgot, and I need to do it at some point, so it's a good time to do it. But anyways, what a dry and dusty place this is. What I wouldn't give for a bath right now. Ah! How long have you been here? I mean, 'tis well you're here. I've already replenished my supplies, so if you're ready, we may begin looking for an apothecary at once. A Huron woman whose facial tattoo should mark her out. The fugitives are like to be searching for her, too. We must find her before they... Huh? That woman yonder fits description, but something's amiss. Let's investigate. What? Okay. What's the matter? Help me, please. What ails you, madam? I was dealing with a customer that a group of bandits attacked us. I managed to flee, but he's still at their mercy. Why not? We'll help you. Pray, lead the way. So, I don't really like ARR's pick-up, turn-in quest theme, or Stormbloods for that matter. Heaven's Words is alright, and Shadows is probably my favorite. I'm still getting used to End, so I'm not sure how I could compare it directly yet. Depends on how old it gets. Correct, Dream Whisperer. This was actually scheduled well in advance. In fact, there was actually the possibility we weren't even going to be playing FF14 at this point. Ha ha. So, this is long since scheduled. Spring break. Oh, I completely misread that, Rax. I'm like, I can only play Dragoon during Endwalker? I was gonna play Gun... Okay, I'll just play Dragoon. I was gonna ask, and then I realized you mean you can only play Dragoon. Come on. Lay down your arms. Speaking of which, I'll be playing Gunbreaker throughout Endwalker, for anybody curious. Or else what? Or else we'll kill you? Hello? Answer me one thing. What's this all for? Why go to such lengths and forsake everything you had to obtain power? Why wield such power against good-will-meaning souls? Good? Well-meaning? You know nothing about us. Nothing! You're just fools who believe everything you've been fed. Our cause is righteous and just, and that's why we murder people. Do you feel it, the weight of the sacred duty? To strive for the betterment of mankind and stand as a beacon of hope? To play with people's lives. Do you feel it? The weight of sin! You would speak of sin. To do not when a life might be saved. That is the greatest sin. Oh my god! This guy is anti-Prime Directive, right there. Can I get a quote for that? Listen, I play with people's wives all the time. I don't see the issue here. Every day unfortunate souls die without a reason. At fate's whim, 'tis the sage's duty to fight this injustice by whatever means he may. Yes! Exactly! I like this guy. He's probably the villain, and that's going to irritate me, but I still like what he's saying. Xehanort has a point, that's all I'm trying to say. Shut your mouth. I don't want my eyes to be yellow. I love just the ant lions just kind of hanging out there like, what's going over there? And now, Betsy, let's watch. If you're determined to protect this wretch, I will consider you complicit. Wait, I know you. You're the one from my dreams. Actually, that other one is apparently Bane. They're too close to the settlement for comfort. I fear for the civilians. They wouldn't stand a chance against such a fiend, as they would well know. You bastard! No, don't let him provoke you. Ugh. 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 Stay with me. Listen to my voice. We must lure the beast elsewhere and tend to it. Laura, would you mind assisting me? Yeah, Tom Hardy's worth a damn, but to this day, I've never watched that movie a second time. And I think I've said this before, and I want to stress that this is not a joke or an exaggeration. But because of some audio balancing issues, I literally don't know what half of the dialogue Bane said in that film is. That's not a joke. That's not a meme. I really, literally could not understand what the hell Bane was saying in half of that film. I just kind of had to pick up on context clues. Ever turned on closed captioning? In the theater, Rax? Hey, could you put on the closed captioning on the projector? Thanks. Yeah, that's why I prefaced it with, I haven't seen it a second time. Because a second time would obviously be at home, and then... Thank you, my friend. Well fought. I dare say you're a born sage. Fascinating. Come. The villains may not remain stricken for long. In the next Batman movie... No, please don't. I didn't like that film. Put me firmly in the I did not enjoy Batman 3 company. Because I didn't. I didn't like almost all of it. I would struggle to think of a part of it I actually enjoyed. Their condition is unchanged. We should probably take advantage of this and apprehend them. No, the other third Batman film. I liked the third Batman film. The symptom. Ah! Hold on. I'm getting us out of here. Fine, Lufia. No, you're not, and you know it. It's the enhancement, isn't it? I know something of the procedure, of its potency and the harm it causes. There's a limit to the amount of corporeal ether a living being can harbor. As we grow up, it waxes. As we grow old, it wanes. A gradual, gentle process, if allowed to function in the natural function. But complications may arise when one forcibly fortifies that ether, as a rogue healer was rumored to have been doing with live subjects some years ago. The man used an unproven procedure on countless souls, a forbidden procedure known only to a few select sages. And though he succeeded in a few instances, those subjects suffered from debilitating side effects. But those rumors were denounced by the Forum as baseless, and yet... You'll believe anything I tell you, won't you? Naive fools! What? I was just talking... Are you stupid? Yes! I am stupid. Wait, please. It's really you, isn't it? Mahat Ansel? It is. My children. Oh, how you've grown. Oh, thank the 12 you're alive. Slash nod. Slash nod. Yeah, I have heard that Morbius is at best enjoyable for the ridiculousness. You know, enjoyably bad, put simply. Now, nobody I know whose opinion I trust has seen it yet, but that's what I've heard so far. I have not seen it and have no intentions to. Yeah, so far this quest isn't going the direction I was hoping it would, but whatever. I had the perfect chance to apprehend the intruders to complete my mission, but I couldn't. So far this sounds like, hey, did you know Charlane's bad? In case you missed it. Seems you know them, the ones called Mahad and Ansel. Of course, they're my adopted children. They were orphaned at a young age. I took them in and raised them as my own. Although none of us were related by blood, we became close a family as any. Ours was a quiet, comfortable life, but then Mahad fell sick. She had a raging fever and grew weaker every passing moment. Etherspurn, the illness was called. I've read about it. A rare disease wherein the body became unable to draw ether from food. What? Wow, that's... okay. That's really horrible, yeah. It's also a uniquely fictional disease, one that can only exist in a setting where everything is ether. Yikes. Our troubles didn't end there. Even as we were struggling to look after Mahad, a fell beast attacked our settlement. Ansel tried to protect his sister and was badly hurt. The surgeon said he would be bedridden for the rest of his days. I didn't know what to do. Without the coin to care for them, my mind went to dark places. I began thinking how I might spare them to pain, spare us all. Daily mandated suicide? It was in that state he found me, a kindly traveler. A healer? Yes, he offered to help Mahad and Ansel and refused what little payment I tried to give. But he also said their condition demanded special care and facilities and would take years, many years. Desperate as I was, I accepted without hesitation, and so he left with my children. It was hard not knowing what became of them, wondering if I had made the right choice, but I clung to the hope that one day we'd be reunited, and here we are. We were. Finally, to see them again. I don't have the words for it, and it matters not that they've changed. The healer, what was his name? Guldevane, he called himself. A healer of some renown in his native Charlayan, I believe. A truly touching tale. Where there is life, there is hope, would you not agree? Now then, if I'm no longer needed here, I shall return to making my rounds. For I am the evil one! I knew he was going to be evil, and it pisses me off even more because of the whole Prime Directive thing. Look, all I'm saying is Xehanort was right, okay? We should give universal destruction a chance. I believe the danger is past, but for good measure, I'll ask the Immortal Flames to keep an eye on the area. We're in your debt. Voldemort was just an idiot. Now, if you don't mind telling me, was this your first time meeting Master Faldrene? Oh no, he's a regular of mine. Introduced by an acquaintance. And when he comes, he always makes a moment to treat those who are unwell. To have so many kind healers, Charlayan must be a wonderful place indeed. In our town, in our town. Who is this acquaintance of yours, if I may ask? A merchant in Aleport. He buys alchemical ingredients from him, rare items sourced directly from Thavnir. I see. Out of curiosity, what did Master Faldrene buy from you this time? Oh, the usual. A few sprigs of Musca Malloy. He was actually the one who told me where to get the herb. Says it's used to treat a certain serious illness. Well, if you'll excuse me, I must be returning to my stall. I don't know when, but if my children return, I must work hard to give us better lives. Yes, Voldemort came up with his plan as a troubled teenager, and never let go of it. Now go across the universe to Heidelshire for some reason. Ah! Do I like their coat? You mean the terrible, asymmetrical, terrible coat of terrible? No. Has there any... Has there ever been an instance of sushi game becoming coffee or vice versa? No, that has never happened. Sorry. That's just a flat no. I don't even think that's possible. Lore, ashamed though I am to admit this, I am no longer certain of the truth. It wasn't Lufia and his accomplices who sought Musca Malloy, but Master Faldrene. No, what the fugitives want is Master Faldrene himself. Clearly they bear a grievance against him. If those despicable rumors are true, and one of yours was actually... but the Forum was adamant in their denial. Surely the Forum wouldn't lie! I mean... it's easier than calling him Loifa. What's your name? Loifa. Okay, now your name's Lufia. What? But my name's No. No. Forgive me my earlier bewilderment. If you do not mind, I would review the situation as it stands. Here's a recap of what we've already learned. Okay, yep, Something else, Lore. Rumors I mentioned of a Shirley healer who conducted heinous procedures on live subjects. After sharing recent developments with Command, they reopened the investigation and have, to our considerable shock and surprise, confirmed there appears to be some truth to them after all. The villain went to great lengths to conceal his operation, and thus did he manage to elude the authorities for years. The man's identity is yet to be conclusively ascertained, but we have a suspect. A sage who disappeared from Charlayan shortly before our fugitives first appeared. A sage by the name of Gildavane. Dun, dun, dun. Yes, the same Gildavane who took Mahad and Ansel into his care, I suspect. If they were victims of his experiments, they would have every reason to follow him to the ends of the world. While much of this is conjecture, it goes far towards explaining that which we already know. So let us proceed on this assumption. We'll have the truth from the man at the heart of the incidents, Faljonet. Now, according to the apothecary, 'twas a merchant in Aleport who introduced them, so we must go to Vilbrand. Yep, some person with a French name left Charlayan. Okay. Let's see. A game I thought would be sushi would turn out to be coffee or vice versa. I mean, I've had plenty of situations where I've been expecting bad, gotten good, and expecting good and gotten bad, but I don't think I've ever expected sushi and gotten coffee or expected coffee and got sushi. But, let's see here. Nope. Answer is no. I just went through the list of all the coffee and sushi games we have so far. This is Aleport. I would like to take in the sights, but that must wait. I have work to do. We must try to find this merchant before Faljonet does. As I recall, the man deals in Thavnarian wares. Let's begin by... Help! We need a healer! You're a healer? Oh, good. We've got some badly hurt folks. There's a zombie on our yard. Sorry. Hey, look, it's Lufia. What's up, dude? What was that? One more time. Good to know. Okay. Yes, I am a laser lich now. Although also known as an 80s lich. What happened? We're too late to help the merchant. There's only one thing to do. Grab out Mercy. Yep. But Loifa, you can still save him. Yet our early expectation was just that. Speculation. We don't know for certain what he and his companions sought to accomplish. What we do know, however, is they took a life in Charlayan. They are moiterers. I know it's not my place to pass judgment, but they took her from me. My mother. Well, then kill him and be done with it. He was right. I am a fool. I thought I was strong enough to keep my feelings out of it. Yeah, I'm going to go with pragmatism here. He can't be useful if he's dead. Yes, yes, we cannot have justice without truth. For my mother and all who have suffered, not least of all. It just, God, get over it. Your mother's dead. Move on. Let's go. Jesus. You think I have a mother? I don't have any family in universe. Well, except for my sister, I guess, who sits on my shoulder. That's a good point. Actually, we could kill him and get information of him. I'm a lich. Oh, God, that's so horrible. Wait, do we really not have any other Mikote in the group? Because we have several bunnies. Like, quite a few, actually. One Hure... No, two Hures. No Hrothgar that I'm aware of. No big dudes, Rogadins that I could think of. And, like... Am I the only... No, no. I'm one of two Yeah, this is my sister. She sits on my shoulder. She's also my phylactery. Look, it... Wait, what was that? I think he's telling me brains. I think he's... What are these as diagnosed? There we go. Oh, U.S. and Corpse and Elizon. There you go. That's a good point. So yeah, no, we have... I was right. We have 2 Elizons. I love how his dialogue continues to be... Ugh. Are you alright? Murderer of my mother. Mahad and Ansel, where are they? Oh, we just got here, dude. We were... they were not here when you arrived, only the merchant. It was too late for him, but Laura was able to save you. Ugh. Will you tell us what happened? Who was it that attacked you? Gildevane. Who else? That bastard's still out there because of you. And now... So it is as we suspected. Faldrene is Gildevane. Finally ready to accept it, are you? And I'll murder as many of your mothers as I have to. He can change his face and his name, but there's no changing the monster he is. He's a monster, masquerading as a kind-hearted healer. A wolf in sheep's clothing who preys upon the vulnerable for his vile experiments. And I lean in. But he's right about the Prime Directive. See, anytime I agree with a character, they're probably evil. I've noticed this in fiction. Does that say something about me? I'm sorry. Had I known, I... Save your apology. It won't bring them back. When we confront him, they shield me from his magic. He must have taken them. I super do not, Rax. I couldn't do anything. For all the power and sacrifice, I couldn't do a damn thing. What are you talking about? Do I agree with Xenos? Nope. I was born with a disease of the lungs. As I grew, so too did it worsen. Until I had but a few moons left to live. It was then that Gildevane appeared before us, before me and my master. With the wisdom of Charlene, he could cure me, he said. Having believed for so long I never had a chance, I wasn't sure how to feel, but my master was overjoyed. And seeing that joy for the first time, I wanted to live for him, for me! But we were fooled. In the guise of treatment, he subjected me to a dangerous procedure to fortify my ether. I wasn't the only one. There were many others, so many others, but one after another they disappeared until only us few remained. We who survived have been more than cured. We've been given unnatural powers. Twice as strong as any man. I can channel magics with ease. I can even channel magics into Evo. For all the good it did, I was no match for him and his tricks. Worse still, I couldn't protect Mahad and Incel. If this life is my reward for all the suffering and sacrifice, I'd have been better off dead. The Lich. This is wild. I know everyone likes expressions, but I kind of like just the expressionless mask for some of these cutscenes. It actually appeals to me to just be this Vader mask of nothing, you know? I mean, so you realize we could go rescue them, right? That's why I kept this for Sage. It's the only class I'm going to keep using the Lich outfit on, but so far it's my favorite Sage outfit. Help me, please. I want to save them, but I can't do it alone. I'm so pathetic and terrible, and also I murdered her mother. Very well. Oh, don't worry, I can bring your mother back, too. Yay! Can I get a rise in chat? I should have listened. Should have been willing to question what I was told, and now because I haven't... If Gildevane went to the trouble of taking Mahad and Ansel, it can only be one thing. He means to experiment again! We can't let this happen. We have to find them. Wait. Even if we ascertain his whereabouts, the fact remains the three of you couldn't overpower him. We cannot expect to fare much better. This isn't the Warrior of Light or anything. If we're to confront him, we must have a plan. Do you not agree, Lore? I really don't. For now, I ask you return to Idleshire. Damn it, Rex! Not the wrong rise! Wrong rise! Even though we're going back to Idleshire, so I guess that's whatever. That's true, Evo. I think Dragon Age, one of the Dragon Ages does that. What are these quests? No idea what that quest is. The problem with this story, I can go and deconstruct this story and why it's failing so far. It's trying to be an emotional story, but it's not. It's actually an intellectual story. This is about questioning and analyzing and restructuring and building and all that. It hits the intellectual side of the brain, but it's trying to be an emotional story. It's trying to be this big, deep, drastic, tragic story of Turn. It's just failing miserably at it. So. Blah, 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 blah. We should have tried, in hindsight, we should have tried to explain everything to you. Yes, you should have, but we didn't know who to trust. Even if you attempted to convince me, I doubt I would have listened. I saw what I wanted to see, believed what I needed to believe. Even with mounting evidence, I wavered over whether we should save you. My mother would have been ashamed to see what I'd become. I took up the shield because I wanted to protect all life, just as she did to her dying breath. You see this? It's trying so hard to be this emotional piece about this character whose name I'm not going to bother remembering right now, even though it's on my screen. Oh yeah, this is when he finds out that he murdered her mother. Yep, uh-huh. Oh, hey, actually, he didn't murder her. Double checking to make sure I read that right. Yep, nope, actually, Gildavane actually murdered her mother. Well, that's convenient. But Lufia here tried to save her, but with the last of her strength. She pressed the crystal into my hand. Forgive me. There's nothing to forgive. All is forgiven. The future of all lives. Blah, 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 blah. Yep, no moral conundrum. No moral complexity. We're good. We're good. Everything's cool. So Muscumoli is actually a poison that the Viera use when in their home area, wherever that is. But they thought that maybe they could use it as a stopgap by limiting the poisonous effects and emphasizing the beneficial effects of it. Oh my god, it is a Prime Directive episode. Oh my god. Okay. This is a remarkable change of policy. The forums. Super helping, which is strange. I will join you in your party. I'm not averse to you at all. You didn't kill my mother. Now, to the Travanian hinterlands. Actually, first we're going right over here to Midnight Dew for some reason. I guess because she knows people. Hey, Midnight Dew. It's my 5th quest chain that goes through you. Yeah, they're super helpful so far, Rex. The moment we brought up the issue... I don't know if you were paying attention to that, but it's like... The sequence of events is Charlene has considered the case closed. Then we give them a little bit of additional evidence, and magically, just like that, they found all this new information which implicates this one person. And so we're like, okay, well, Gildavane is our villain. So then we find more information that indicate that Faldenot is Gildavane, and we send that back to Charlene, and magically, they instantly find all the information that confirms that. And it's like, you think I'm an idiot, the forum? I mean, they probably do. I'm not from Charlene, after all. Because, yes, we want to help you as hunters. There's some nasty fiends out there. Friends, but more like family. Family looks after family. Or kills them. Or turns them into phylacteries. Sorry, I've been playing Borderlands 3 lately, so killing family is on my mind. By helping others, I'll be able to move on from the death I have caused. Okay. And this is just here, right? Yep, okay. Sorry, Borderlands 3. Borderlands 3. You know what's funny? If I ever... First of all, I will probably never review it, but if I was ever to review Borderlands 3, that's going to be a yo-yo of a review. Because what it does right, it does extremely right. And what it does wrong, it does extremely wrong. Let me tell you a little bit of a story. So I'm playing... It's our 4-player game right now. So me, Gary, Pax, and Don. And the 4 of us are playing, and we're in the middle of a mission. This is a couple weeks ago at this point. We're in the middle of this mission, and all of a sudden, one person, I forget who brought it up first, just starts complaining about how hard it is to see what's going on. And immediately the rest of us, and I know it wasn't me, the rest of us are like, oh, thank God, it's not just me. Because the thing is, we've talked before about visual noise before. In Borderlands 3, it is legitimately physically difficult to tell what's going on where. Not just because of the particle effects, although that is a problem, but because they don't do what I like to call visual distinction at all. It's actually hard to see anything amidst anything because everything looks the same. The 4 of us decided to buy very specific skins for our characters, which glow yellow. Some of you may know the one I'm talking about. Because that way we'll never mistake each other for enemies again. Yeah, the silhouettes are very unclear. The animations are very unclear. The color usage is very unclear. It's actually aggravating, and all 4 of us had already gotten into the habit of looking at the mini-map up there to gauge what's going on in a fight. That's what I mean when I say when it does it well, it's great, and when it does it not, it's awful. Like, that's a good example of an awful gameplay decision. Here's another one. So let's say I want to zoom around, because there's fast travel in Borderlands 3, right? So check this out. So in order to zoom around, you have to go up to a thing and open up a menu. And for those of you who've never played Borderlands 3, let me just start by saying 2 negatives to the way that all menus work, because they're clearly designed for a controller, and they literally work wrong for a mouse. Okay, got that out of the way. So they're irritating to navigate. And so in order to zoom out, to teleport anywhere, what I have to do is I have to hit a special button, which actually goes to the world view here. Then I have to pick a drop-down menu to go down over to here. And from this drop-down menu, I have to pick down another menu in order to be able to look at a specific region or a planet. Then I have to see what the thing is. Then, and I can't emulate this because there's like another layer. So like we zoom in another layer. And that's when I can actually see the map of the zone I'm looking at. But I can't just click on the map. I have to menu navigate to figure out where the endpoint is. Hit yes to teleport there. And if anybody in the party is in a menu or doing anything, like being in a vehicle, what happens is I get kicked out of the map entirely, and then a pop-up says, you can't teleport, they're in a vehicle or they're in the menu. I have to start all the way over from the beginning. Stuff like that is why Borderlands 3 irritates the crap out of me. The core combat loop is great, and the gun design is the best it's ever been. I just, last night, picked up a brand new heavy weapons gun. What it does is it launches rotating saw blades that bounce, and every time they bounce, they duplicate. They bounce 4 times. They do AoE explosive damage every time they bounce. So the gun design is great. Like, that's just one gun that I just picked up. And yeah, it's just, you get into a nice enclosed area and just ba-gong, 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 and just everything is just explosions. And you just absolutely, sweep the room with a single shot. That being said, the writing is some of the worst writing I've seen in gaming in recent history. That's not an exaggeration. Everyone tends to bash the main plot, and for good reason. The villains are 12-year-olds. But the thing is, the more I've read, the more I've been paying attention, the more I think that Borderlands 3's story was actually written by teenagers. Because it has this ineffable, unavoidable, constant undercurrent of trying way too hard. One of my favorite examples, sorry for ranting, but this has been on my mind. One of my favorite examples of this, small spoilers, there's a quest where there's this woman who joins our party, and she gives us a side quest to go get her journal back, right? So we go to get her journal back, and it turns out that some random local, thug has picked, it's actually a corporate thug, has picked up her journal and starts reading it out loud on the comms. Super embarrassing, right? Here's the problem. The joke is, I don't know how to subscribe it. I don't know how to summarize it. It's so bad. Because it's not a joke. It's just him being a rude dick. That's the joke. So he reads from the journal. It's like, oh, it's so terrible. Because it's her journal from when she was starving and living on the streets. I've just barely been able to get enough food to get by to tomorrow. I'm going to try this area and hope they have work. Ha! This poor girl doesn't have enough food. Isn't that funny? Now, it's worse than that, because it's not just one iteration of that. Throughout the quest, like 7 times, this guy comes on and does that. And it's the same thing. The exact same joke over and over and over again. Yeah, no, exactly, Reggie. The whole game's attempts at humor are, did you know Neelix is a bad cook? Isn't that funny? And then they just repeat it, and repeat it, and repeat it, and repeat it over and over and over again. I'm not sure. Like, obviously, I would probably give a plus to story for voice acting, because there's some good voice acting in the game. I'd probably give a plus for the side story about the Ratchlings, which I'm not going to spoil here. If you play the game, you know the thing. And I might give a plus for, what's-his-face, Typhon, or whatever his name is. The first Vault Hunter. And that's it. Those are the only pluses to story I can think of right now. Everything else is negative or neutral. It's bad. It's really bad on the story axis. Like, really, really bad. Ugh. Sorry for that rant. It's just, like, I enjoy playing that game with my friends, and I do, and I hope they enjoy playing it with me, but oh my god. I haven't even talked about the main villains, by the way. Haven't even mentioned the main villains. Because that's, like, you can't summarize what's wrong with the main villains. I can't say they're bad characters, because that doesn't get it across. It's like FF14 1.0. Not that bad, but you get the point? Like, I can't just say they're bad characters. I have to go down the list. Ranjit is unironically a better character than the twins. I agree with that. Yeah, the twins are literally someone bullet point syndroming Handsome Jack. Total lack of understanding of what made Jack work as a character. None of the nuance, none of the creativity, nothing that actually made him work as a character. Oh yeah, they're also designed to be cringe streamers. That's not a joke or an exaggeration. That's actually the design intent. To be clear, I don't mean streamers that are cringy. I mean capital C, capital S, cringe streamers. It's a whole genre of streaming. People who pretty much their entire purpose and intent is to go ahead and be cringy in order to get people to be like, oh, hey, and watch. That's a real thing. There are streamers who do that. No, they are cringe. Live? Oh. Was it you? Yes, you're in a bad way, and I... Thank you so much. You see, I learned something today. My wife is with child. In my haste, I got reckless. I took jobs beyond me, but thanks to you, I still have my life and my family's well-being. No more stupid risks. I won't squander the future you've given us. My thanks to you. He's got a lot to live for, doesn't he? I allowed myself to lose hope when I went with Gildevane. Sorry. I allowed myself to hope when I went to Gildevane until the dream died once and for all in his laboratory, alongside those who were sacrificed in pursuit of his twisted ambition. The most cringe thing I've ever seen? This question... No, I don't know. Let me think about that. Nope. I got it. Last week, I looked in the mirror once. I'm not reading this out loud because you could probably guess all of this without me even summarizing what he's saying. Hey, you got it, Von Falkenstein. How'd you guess? What is this? Oh, right. Yeah, okay, screw that. Meh. I was hoping to find it. Periodically, the twins actually put together cringe reaction videos to stuff that's happened in the game. And I was hoping to find a YouTube video of just that so I could link to you so you could understand what's wrong with the twins. No, I'm a Lich, USN Corp. I'm not a vampire. Yep. Found his base. Gonna go save his friends. Go defeat the evil one. Yep. So apparently Gildevane... Belly. Apparently Gildevane's wife passed away from illness, and he's never been the same since. Exactly. Liches look in the mirror and cringe, but vampires can't see themselves in the mirror at all. Well, I have a random guess, Omega Legion. Hey, I'm about to get Penheima, finally. I mean, I get your point, and I even agree with you, Scion. You know, an Imperial Star Destroyer is not invincible. It needs to be properly used, yada yada yada. But I stand by what I said then very firmly. I like to think that we were, you know, we saw it coming and allowed it to happen because we saw it coming. The idea that we could have been flat out murdered by a 2-bit villain we've never even heard of before, except for 2 quests prior, because of one random energy trap that we didn't see coming is something that I called bull on. In fact, I called bull on it so hard I gave it a negative. So don't mistake me, I understand the fact that we're not invincible. In fact, I wouldn't want to play someone that's invincible. As much as I use the Superman analogy, the problem with Superman is he's too strong. That's the real issue there. Not that he's strong. I mean, Soup's at full tier is ridiculous. It's one of the reasons I like the DCAU version of Superman better, because he's very strong, but he's not insane. And yes, that villain was equal to Gaius. We could tell because one person said so. In the background for a minute. Yeah, a multiversal cracker. Yeah, that's Superman. That's Supes at his height. What the hell am I wearing? And what? Huh? God, Ansel. There's a lot of in this. Apparently the Plants vs. Zombies thing was prophetic. Brains. What have you done to them? Such anger when you should feel joy for your friends. They have the opportunity to contribute to mankind's future. For the frailty of our fresh? Wow, Lord. Of our flesh. For the frailty of our fresh vegetable. So much knowledge and skill and experience are forever lost in unconscionable and unacceptable waste. A lasting solution to the problem will not come without additional sacrifice. 'Tis unavoidable. But you, my friend, you're an invaluable living specimen, and I give thanks for the opportunity to study you further. You monster. How many lives have been torn apart by your twisted whims? You ever heard of Mengele? Because this is a really bad attempt at a Mengele analogy here. You played the part of the indignant moralist well. Pity. As a fellow Charlatan, I held out hope that you at least would appreciate my vision. Alas, you are as short-sighted as the rest. But no matter. You can yet serve as a purpose, a benchmark for progress. Oh yes, all the elements are present for a test of strength. Mahad, Ansel, kill these self-righteous fools. Hold on, my friends. We'll save you by beating the snot out of you. Okay. As for you, I would think you never to call me a fellow Charlatan. It sickens me to think you're a compatriot. Ah, the animosity is fairly palpable. I'd best make myself scarce. Can I, like... Maybe? Please? Hey! Thank you, Giga Pudding. Much obliged and appreciate, as always. I'll jot that down for Hyrule Warriors 2, so I can play it with someone other than my niece. Not that I mind, of course. I knew it, Zira. You secretly hate me and everything about me! That's okay. I always knew. Wake up, Ansel! Ponk! Please, Ponk! To attack with such reckless abandon. Their bodies and minds must be on the verge of breaking. Alright. We killed him. Well, nope, he's perfectly fine. Round 2. It's okay, he's a black mage. He has to stay perfectly still while we do this. I actually agree with that, Scion. I still stand by my statement. Ranjit should have been introduced on camera during his big battle with Thancred. But I would go with your idea over what we actually got. Oh, Nick. Oh, not now. I just noticed her title is The Studious. What would my title be, I wonder? Lore Runner the Walker. I still like the Warrior of Balance, although I am totally stealing that, so... Lore Runner the Lich. I could go with that. I'm okay with that. I mean, we all know my title. Star Destroyer. Forgive me, I didn't want to hurt you. Listen, those civilians deserved it, Valvatrix. That's all I'm saying. It would seem you possess a heightened affinity for the sage's art. Ha ha ha! That I would be blessed with such fine specimens for my... Oh god, there's a sword in my throat! Bomber. No! I always knew I was secretly pathetic. Alright, now we're even. I mean, it's hard to go below TIE Bomber, to be completely blunt. TIE Fighter is... I would literally take a fighter over a bomber. For all my suffering and sacrifice, I'm still here, I'm still alive. It's time for the final boss fight with the Evil Doctor. We're here to help you, even though you just beat the snot out of us. Okay, yeah, a Y-Wing is worse than a TIE Bomber. Which is funny, you might be wondering why, but trust me. You might think, well, but a Y-Wing has ion cannons and shields and a hyperdrive. Yeah, but that absolutely drains the crap out of its energy tank, so it can only go extraordinarily slowly. And has terrible maneuverability. And it's basically like trying to drive a semi that can't get out of first gear. Anyways, what he just said was, for the betterment of mankind, let us transcend the flesh together. What? Huh? Okay, whatever. Gildavain of the Tainted Edge. Man's frail flesh is his greatest flaw. If we are to evolve, we must break free of its confines. You mean again? You know. Oh god, this is a Eureka model? For all of you currently suffering PTSD, I do apologize. That's gonna hit me. Yep, nope, I'm just gonna accept that. It's okay, I don't get killed in 2 hits. I'm sorry, I shouldn't do that. Oh yeah, sorry, I should be reading what he's saying. Let's see here. He's casting amputations. That's fun. Whoop. Come, let us test the edge of my scalpel. I am quite experienced in the art of amputation. You won't feel a thing. You are truly fast. He's actually casting hypothermia. You're making it a little on the nose there, Square. Oh, hey, that actually hits them in this mode. That's funny. Let's actually use AoEs then. Let's see. People are not your playthings. You're disgusting. We won't let you get away with this time. Damn you! Wonderful dialogue. It's been a tremendous pleasure, my dear subjects, but all good things must come to an end. Now he's casting Newliths. Newliths. How do you pronounce that? Craniotomy. Really? Oh my god, he's not even a half health. No. Okay. Our 2 sages have protection, intrinsic and extrinsic. No good. At any rate, their minds will be irreparably damaged. Okay. Okay. What do you want me to do about this? Couldn't target the damn things. The magic is derived from some Nautics. If we destroy the Newliths... Nautics? Nautics? I don't know. We can break the hold. Yeah, I see the purple lines. Thank you. We have to be quick, otherwise our comrades' brains will melt in their skulls. Gross, first of all. Second of all, apparently we can heal brain damage, canonically, because that's what's happening right now. I mean, it's good to know. Oh yeah, and brains. Alright, now for the other half of his health. Your successor is proving quite the nuisance. You're unique as he. But he is definitely worth the trouble. Thanks, I think. It's okay, it's a tracheostomy. Wait. Oh god, he's attacking the larboard side. No, Tim. I haven't seen the video yet myself, for obvious reasons. But I have actually asked what the new thing is going to be like, so I'm fine with that. I appreciate asking. I mean, I tend to appreciate courtesy in general, so that's whatever. Aye, God. A movie or game that makes the franchise as a whole worse because of the context it adds to the story and universe lore. Mass Effect 3. I mean, Mass Effect 3 retroactively ruins a lot of things, yes. Oh, hey, he's alive. That makes all kinds of sense. What are we waiting for? Let's kill him and be done with it. No, that should be Loifa's decision. But he's loitering. This power I have, born of untold sacrifice. I swore I'd only use it to protect life, not take it. Lore, you kill him. Gildevain will face justice in his homeland where he committed his most heinous of crimes. Oh yeah, they're gonna bury him deep. This crystal is your mother's. It belongs to you. It's already where it belongs. You totally honor her memory. I will do the same with sword and shield. I am a lich. He's a bunny boy. With your blessing, I'll take him into custody. He'll be tried by the Forum. No. They'll take his research, and then they'll kill him. That way they can save face and have the research, too. This mercy is more than you deserve. That's just not a mercy. When I set out from Charlene, I wanted to reclaim my mother's soul crystal. Wanted it as a memento. But I've come to realize there's no better way to remember her than the legacy of her deeds in life. She was the gentlest and noblest of women, who never flinched in the face of danger when someone was in need of succor. Blah, blah, blah. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous! Do you not agree, Hater? That's his dead wife. Yeah, this is... Where the hell are we? Oh, right. If you donate $44 million, I will turn into a lore bunny just for you, Zion. And I mean that. Archon loaf without tea or jam. Yeah, the number went up. Sorry. Took your time. Let me guess. You were talking to your superiors, making arrangements to send us back to Charlayan, too. I don't have superiors in Charlayan. We had a long and difficult conversation, I must confess. Oh, there you are. Ugh. Excuse me. Though they were less than pleased, they were pleased, Gildevain would be returning, they were deeply disappointed to hear the fugitives escaped. Despite my best efforts, I couldn't pick up their trail again. What a pity. Though I don't exactly mistrust the Forum, I do have reason to believe they knew more about Gildevain's activities than they let on. Perhaps they're hoping for a resolution that wouldn't see the sordid details of his experiments sought to light. Nah! But now it's all on the open and your innocence is made plain. My superiors will no longer think to pursue you. You're free to begin anew, which is the least you deserve after all you've suffered. Yeah, by the way, go talk to your mother down at Thanalin. I beg your pardon? Okay, so what he said was, "You're surprisingly reasonable for a mull-headed Charlayan," and she said, "A simple thank you would have sufficed." And then they all laugh because it's funny. I never asked for my power. I didn't ask for this. gonna go do good things. We can't thank you enough. We would have been dead without you. Sorry for trying to kill you. Twice. 3 times, technically. We'll aid in his research. What? Yes. Another laugh. Family. The most important thing. Cool. Negative to story. Hey, I finally have this ability. Yay! It even looks cool. 2-minute cooldown, Jesus. Yeah, I was gonna say, so speaking of, this is our next one. It's time to be the most deadliest. Look, I like this cloak, okay? So, y'all can suck it. But more importantly, I don't know, it's got that kind of vampire vibe going. So this is my vampire form. Oh my god, I didn't even do that on purpose. No, think about it, think about it. Of the new classes, I am both a lich and a vampire. I haven't seen anything else I like since there. Like, these aren't perfect, but they're good. This is a good cloak. I've said it before. This is actually a nice, well-designed cloak. Oh, yeah, whatever. I wonder. Hang on. Real quick. Oh, no, that's interesting. Looks like I can't dye the black, only the other thing. In that case, white might actually work really well there. Let's try that. Let's do it. See what this looks like. I need some light. And, of course, it's nighttime. Ah! Whatever. We'll probably see it in cutscenes. Let's go. What this quest is. Just looking at it. There it is. That's really stupid, Reggie, but I can help with that during the lunch break, which I will definitely be taking, wink wink. It's somewhere around here. Oh my god, I've lost it again. Hi, Zara. What an innocuous person who's definitely not an assassin. Okay, it's apparently this guy right here. Thanks for the total lack of indicator, game. Jesus. Yeah, obviously feds, Reggie. I mean, duh. There's only one faction in STL, let's just be real about it. Interesting. How do you find the weight of the scythe in your hands? Pleasing, I hope. Now that we have more in common, it's time we get better acquainted. What's the name of our newest Reaper? Huh, lore. Doesn't quite roll off the tongue. So it is with Eorzean names. With every new one I learn, one more is forgotten. Yours can replace Jujilio. After our little conversation, I think he'll give us a wide berth. Anyway, we have more worthwhile concerns than shifty merchants. Namely, getting you conversed well and proper in the tricks of our trade. And the best way to do that is through battle. So, one of the family is having trouble with this particularly vexing fiend and has sent word for assistance. Goes by the name of Arnigus. He's stationed out at Cutter's Cry. Not much of a fighter, but he's keen mind for trade and can find a needle in a stack of needles, if need be. We'd best hurry before he ends up at the bottom of some monster's gullet. Oh yeah, that's a Garlean, by the way. I met her very briefly in the pickup quest. Which I'm not even going to summarize for you because it was basically, hey, I need help. You look like you could be a Reaper. And that's kind of it. Like the conversation boiled down to, you look like you're not afraid of forbidden arts. Would you like to be a Reaper? Void sent. Alright, cool. Let's do it. Yeah, I was actually worried I'd have to do the class quests before, you know, off camera, off stream. But nope. Lore, say hello to Arnigus. Not his real name, of course. He's as Garlean as they come, but I'd say he makes a passable Highlander in the right light. Not this at 1 in the morning. Boss, who's this? You sure we should be getting any outside involved? Thank you for your discretion, Arnigus, but it ain't needed. He has a personal contract with me, so consider him mercenary in service to the family. Whatever you say in front of me, you can say in front of him. Oh, you will, boss. Chimera's been making this sounds a living hell for anyone who dares wander its territory, which would be us, since our trade route cuts right through it. My men and I my men I've hired to carry my goods are scared to death, and I can't blame them. None of us are fit for monster hunting, so I sent for you. And this assassin, who's a Reaper now, and has a chainsaw for a scythe. We'll see what we can do, Arnigus. Might want to find a rock to hide behind, though. Chimeras aren't known for being the most discriminating of beasts. I know, right, Cashel? I think, what was I on? I think I was on my Astrologian when I unlocked this. So not quite as good. Time to put your new skills to the test. So I'm guessing this is going to be our Sage equivalent of Tutorial Zone. The best Reapers fight in tandem with their avatar. Okay. Since the goal is to do it. There, done. Lol, Reggie. Your avatar will help you strike fear into the hearts of your foes. Yeah, I like that. It's gray, but it works. Yeah, no, I like it. I could probably try blue, too. I think blue would go well with the black. Worst kids show I've ever seen? Blue's Clues. No, I'm joking. One of these is Give It. Okay. And that's Guillotine, right? Yep. Worst kids show. See, of course, I can't remember any of the names, but there is a kids show that I saw when I was examining some for my niece, which was really, really dumb and really bad. Also, arguably Pocoyo, while we're on the subject. Although that's a little bit more subtle, but it's still true. already. No, we haven't yet, Tim. I mean, how many times has there been a story where a great hero turns into the villain of the next story? It's not that uncommon. You know, this isn't quite as clever as the other one, but it kind of is. Notice they specifically gave us a mob who's going to not be facing us for large periods of time. Why? So we can get used to positionals. Because on normal trash and normal enemies, while you're solo, positionals don't matter unless you're using, whatever it's called, True North. But here they specifically give us an enemy that's constantly facing one direction. Yep, nope, there it is. Remember to position yourself. Flat out said it. Like, that's a minor thing, but that's actually well thought out, so credit where credit is due. So, I knew there's something about you. Yeah, I mean, really. You know talent when you see it, boss, and with that the ceruleum will flow once more. Precious, precious ceruleum. Among his many rows, he's a merchant of sort. He sells ceruleum at a price that would make those gill pinchers balk, but still turns a pretty profit. We can barely keep up with demand, despite the occasional beast or two butting into our affairs. Thanks to you, boss, and our countrymen up north, of course. Here's to getting back to business as usual. The bloom is way too high in the third one, Valvedrix. Let me start by saying that. Ceruleum isn't easy to come by, as you well know. Amalgina and Sons protect their monopoly with a gilded fist, but they've yet to force the Imperial stragglers up north out of the market. Yeah, I'm not happy about this song. Now, before you go run off to the flames, let me assure you this is an arrangement entirely above the board. Selling goods to Imperials is forbidden by law, but there's nothing wrong with buying from them. I know you Eorzeans like to call Garleans all kinds of wonderful names, bastards, tyrants, and invaders. We've got all that and worse. While many a foul deed has been committed to the glory of the Empire, we aren't megalomaniacs to a man. Even amongst the purebloods, those that serve don't always do so by choice. It could be argued we're all casualties of the great Machina's ambition. I mean, yeah. Despair engine, hello? No small number of the Empire's troops would return home in a heartbeat if they could. But the world being what it is, most settle for sending their family what coins they can afford to part with. Most Eorzeans wouldn't suffer a whit of color to complicit their black and white view, but if you're going to fight with us, you should learn the truth of our past. Our dark, terrible secret. You see, long ago, before the Empire, our forebears lived on Locus Aeneas, down in southern Ilzabard. With temperate climes and fertile earth the land provided. Many of us were simple farmers, harvesting abundant crops with the selfsame size the reapers would eventually wield. But the gifts are ever the object of envy. When not tilling the fields, our ancestors were forced to defend them. Every year they yielded a few more ilms, and some 800 years ago they were driven from Locus Aeneas completely. They fled north to the frozen region that would become Garlemald. Even there they fought tooth and nail for scant resources of frigid land. From the fires of hardship were the first magic devices forged, and innovation upon innovation that humble group of farmers grew into an insatiable empire. Before that miraculous twist of fate, we were a dying breed, bereft not only of magic but of hope itself. No natural advantages to speak of, our survival was in question. Yeah, especially that chainsaw one, Tim. From harsh necessity were the Reapers born. We turned our tools to weapons and struck a bargain with whispers in the dark. With the Void's power, we could strike an army's beaten heart, slay their generals, throw the rank and file into disarray. Our way is to end battles before the sparks catch, to sacrifice the one for the many, to keep avaricious hands away from family, friends, and lovers. And now this power belongs to you. Oh, cool. By the way, I'm also a Dark Knight, so... just, you know, and a Black Mage, while we're on the subject. Remember our story. Remember what we once lived. That sounds familiar for some reason. Our work here is done. What's it for, Valvatrix? What's the goal? Because that can help me decide. Okay. Oh, it's okay, it's okay. It's the Light Dragoon. And the great darkness of infinite... Oh, it's for a contest? Oh, that's different. I really don't like that last one, though. I really think the blur is too much. I mean, you know me, but I do think it's too much. But it depends on what kind of thing you're going for. So I would go with either... I would go with either the first one or the fourth one, depending on what you're going for, which I still don't quite understand. Oh, I'll actually add cross-classing to a playground. That actually sounds like a good idea. And then, of course, if we were to continue the playground's design concept, one of the things you could also do... I bet you Rax will completely disagree with my opinion on that. I bet you one of the things they should do with playgrounds is retroactively the playgrounds. So allow us to use our lost actions in Eureka, and whatever we get in Eureka in Boja, and then whatever new playground they add, mix and match all three of those. You know, she's got a point. I'm the only person who has eyeballs. I've got dull cow eyes. Yep, eyes on the inside. Hang on, let me get past this miscreant here. There we go. I'm sorry, whose outfit was I giving a fashion score for, Tim? That was a question from a few minutes ago, and I'm not sure you were asking about. I mean, I tend to be anti-bloom as a general composition thing, not just in video games, but in photo composition. Mostly because I personally think that bloom is a tool which you use when you don't have the picture you want. It's the same reason that you tend to do things about... How do I explain this? It's one of the tools you use when you don't have the level of quality you want, so you use bloom to hide it, right? It's one of the same reasons that you can use blur. It's one of the same reasons you can use color gradients. It's one of the same reasons you can use cropping. You do it because you don't have the picture you want, and so you use this to cover up and try to mask the bad, right? And that's just my opinion on that with regards to, my professional opinion on that with regards to picture, photo, and video composition. Depth of field can be used for focus. Even that's something I feel people overdo a little bit too much, but it can be. You know, we're looking at this person over there. Focus in on the person up here. Now we're looking at this person up here. But that's about as far as I'd go with depth of field. And that's entirely only useful in a video format, not a... Well, I guess I can see that being used in a picture format. But if you're using that in a picture format, then you've got to be doing something really specific with that. And even then, you know... Like, I could see situations where you'd want to use a static image and have depth of field in a static image, and it could work. So I'll give you that one. Anyways, the Lemurs were formed to support Garleans who are living in exile. It ain't easy to be far from home, let alone a place where most sooner got you than offer a helping hand. Often the only place to make a living is in the shadowy corners that lie outside the watchful gaze of the law. That explains why you're in Thanalan. I don't expect you to care about people, but I do expect you to apply yourself to the job. Oh, sorry. In the meantime, I'll be working with the family. Okay. There you are. I wager it's time we stop faffing about and start hunting our target. Let's see what we got here. Everyone here? Good. Alright, I guess you've met. No further Chimera-related incidents. You'll be happy to hear. The overly chipper lass is Herman. Make your acquaintances. Hi. Oh, I was going to try blue. As you know, our quarry is a Voidsent. Goes by the name of Orcus. Really? He's eluded the best, but there are these two are a step above that. Tell us what you found. By your will, boss. Asked around about unsolved murders and disappearances, seeing if anybody involved matched the description you provided. There's a lot of people missing and no shortage of tragedies. One stood out, however. A woodcutter in the shroud disappeared without a trace. No body, no belongings, no nothing. Odd enough, but the sighting of a stranger with skin pale as snow near his last known whereabouts piqued our interest. That's a promising start, but those woods are crawling with bandits and brigands of all sorts. Duskwhites and keepers are said to come in ghostly hues. Are we sure this man isn't one of them? Sure as I've ever been, boss. Not many bandits have eyes the color of blood. I mean, I've met a couple. Sir picked two. That doesn't surprise me. Wait, I'm sorry, what? Are you sure you need the help of this outsider? How much trouble could one Voidsent be? Herman, he's standing right there, for God's sakes. No, she's right. I've always told you to turn a wary eye to the outside, those outside the family. She's just doing her due diligence. But trust me when I say we need every advantage we can afford. I made the mistake of misjudging Orcus' strength before. And for hubris and... Now, see, now I want Rax to choose, because I bet Rax would also choose a different one than I did. They were all killed. They were all horribly murdered by Orcus. That's my dark and tragic past. I was planning on holding that back a bit longer, but yes, 'twas before the Lemurs. I swore two things. That I'd repay that suffering 1,000-fold, and I'd never let that bastard take anything from me again. I mean to keep my vow, and I trust I can count on you to help. You don't have to ask twice, boss. Your wounds are our wounds, even the ones that become scars. We'll see your vengeance wrought. I'm just here to kill Voidsent. And use Voidsent. To kill Voidsent. Blah, 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 blah. Y'all speak to. Y'all have bad taste. Alright, No, that's not fair. Obviously you have good taste. What you have is bad eyes. And I can fix that, yes. Yes. Alright, barely even tell. That's right, where I'm taking you, you won't need eyes. Wait. I might as well just be black. I think I'm gonna try that. Hang on. Should probably see if I have any before I just go buy some. I do not. But wait. Still don't. While we're at it. There we go. Wow, that's actually kind of expensive. But alright, whatever. We'll see what we think of that later. When we see it in a cutscene or something. Alright, so Tim asked a question I've been chewing on for a bit. He says, pick 3 developers or publishers, and what games from each, one each, would you use as a way to showcase both strength and weaknesses thereof? So, I'm going to choose Blizzard, Nintendo, and BioWare. From Blizzard, I shall choose StarCraft II, a wonderfully, beautifully made game which has good story beats and good characterization, but otherwise weak plot and leans a little bit too heavy on big moments, which is actually to the detriment of the story, which is very Blizzard. But on the gameplay axis is an extraordinarily polished piece of work and is arguably the best RTS ever made, to date. So, there's Blizzard in a nutshell. BioWare, I will choose Dragon Age Origins, because Dragon Age Origins is a game that is probably their best crafted game from a narrative axis, and actually focuses very heavily on where BioWare is actually good at it, which is the interactions between the characters and the little regional story things and how that actually jigsaws together throughout the course of the game. But of course, it is still a clunky and cumbersome game which uses default cutscenes and is kind of held together with stick and straw, and you can sort of tell. The fact that it's as good of a game as it is nothing short of a miracle, which is very BioWare. And then, of course, we have Nintendo, for which I will go with Mario Odyssey, one of the best games ever, of any genre, but also definitely the best Mario game. An extraordinarily fantastic work, which does a huge amount right with regards to its gameplay and its flow, its movement and its tech and its options, and just gameplay. But, of course, is very much lackluster on the story axis, primarily because of a deliberate desire not to, which, again, is one of Nintendo's greatest weaknesses. There you go. Boom. Mass Effect 2 is when BioWare started being new BioWare. So, that's a different company for all intents and purposes. I like Mass Effect 2, don't mistake me, but it is a different company at that point. Mass Effect 1 was a BioWare game. You're giving me a candle that lets off a blood scent. Is this our second undead vampire thing in a row? No, Ross, not at all. See you around, Evo. I hope your critique of someone else goes well. Oh, I should stay hydrated. Thank you for reminding me. Mass Effect 3 had good moments in it. Absolutely. It does retroactively ruin the franchise in several ways because of the additions to lore and the construction thereof. But, you know, oh, that right, yeah. That was a don't kill them quest, which we decided not to do because it was a don't kill them quest. You actively dislike Mario Odyssey? Okay. I've heard people who disagree with me that it's the best Mario game ever, and that it's just concentrated joy that's pumped directly into my veins. But actually disliking Mario Odyssey is legitimately an opinion I've never heard before. Do you mind explaining? Like, it's the first 3D Mario game that ever got the controls right, first thing. It's... You know what, I'm not going to go on the list. Watch the reviews. Also, this is a blood-supped void scent, which is kind of gross if you think about it. I mean... It's literally made of vines, too. Interesting. Andromeda is an extraordinarily flawed work and a rather aggressively average game. But I could see it either being turned into a good game or it being turned into a good franchise without much different, you know? It would just take more time and more work. He said the Void Scent was carrying this. A ring we found on its corpse. Ring, where'd you find it? So what do we think of the blue? Now that we can see it a little bit. The Void Scent that lures through is the very same one that murdered our woodcutter. Murder? Are you saying... I was searching for the place to set my trap and I spotted a shallow grave. Hastily dug, poorly hidden. Under a thin layer of dirt was a body matching the description of the woodcutter. Wholly nondescript fellow, save for the mark of a ring removed from his finger. Doubtless that ring was his demise. Shiny baubles are a common fixation for Void Scent. Probably didn't spare a thought for the owner, only the prize. I suppose we could take comfort in the knowledge it'll harm no one else. Orcus or no, I'd say this expedition was a success. I should apprise the whalers of what happened. You two catch them well earned rest. Thank you kindly, Arnicus. Well then, see you back at HQ. Anthem. Anthem. What can I say about Anthem? I think I like that blue. I think that works pretty well. I mean, if you don't like the genre, that makes perfect sense, Ross. That at least computes in my brain. This is specifically Dragoon Blue. It's the one I went with. I wanted something a little bit lighter than Midnight Blue. Midnight Blue just looked like black, unless you look at it in very stark light. And they didn't have the kind of teal I was hoping for, so I didn't go with that color. So many people here. It's strange, really. Purple, huh? I mean, I could see what purple looks like. I don't like most of the purples in this game, to be completely honest, though. Like, they don't have purples I would consider good purples. Like, look at this. Look at that. Look at that. Ugh. And yeah, you see what I mean by midnight blue? It's very small over here, but you can see how it's barely noticeable. Good morning, Ross. A little belated, but, you know, it's there. They have another purple? I mean, they got that. It's a weird lavender, but it's something. I kind of like that, actually. I might go with that. I agree. Now, granted, my eyes do have a bit of issues with purple and blue. It's one of the color gradients I have issues with, but I would say those blues look better purple than the purples. So, the only good Void Scent is a dead Void. No, Orcus will pay for this, is what I'm going to say. Glad to see a passion for our mission. Apologies we couldn't make your first outing more memorable. On the cusp of ending 2 decades of misery, that's how long ago Orcus came into this world. Raging like an animal free of his cage and leaving my family dead in his wake. The grief he's caused since then is immeasurable. Oh, excuse me. Blah, 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 blah. Vengeance. Let's go. So, Arnicus has found a tip, but it'll take a minute to get into it. There's a lot to talk about, Ross. What do you want from me? Yeah, no kidding, Omega Legion. Oh, boss! There's these 2 weird people hanging out outside. Arnicus, he's been murdered. What? Tell me I heard wrong. Brass Blades found him half buried in the sands not bells ago. Just lying there like a bloody animal carcass. Well, you see, Eric. Dude, I don't know. Whoever did this doesn't know the reckoning they've got coming. Before I'm done with them, they'll be begging to crawl back into their mother's womb. That's gross. We need to look for the boss for guidance. You mean the woman who just walked out on us? Emotions running high. I'm going to stay here and cool her off. Can you let the boss know we're looking into this? I mean, is that actually a second sub? Like, didn't you just sub a few days ago? I know what you're thinking. Can't you tell? No. Twitch subs are really too much on the honor system. It's actually a huge flaw of the whole system. Hell, if you don't hit that button, I don't even know that it's actually you've subbed at all, which is just really dumb. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's just... the hell? Yeah, do I still get the money? Yes, I do. The money goes through fine, and that's probably why they don't care for the most part. Because, I mean, who cares as long as you get paid, am I right? It's not like everybody out there does a whole thing where you could put donations towards something, you know? In fact, I'm pretty sure I'm one of the only streamers who does that, so it's admittedly kind of a me problem. Still, it's not a good system. Sorry, Laura, I'm not in the mood for chit-chat. I'm not here to talk. Okay. Where's the bloody keeper? I don't know, what do we think of this shade of blue? I mean, it's basically the same one, it's just a little more metallic. My lady prithee, the dead must be let to rest. The dead are going to have one more among them if you don't shut your trap and listen. The brass blades brought in a body not long ago. Show me to it. Yes, they did, but are you the deceased family? If not, I'm afraid we cannot. Family. Family. He was like a son to me. Like a son. Ordinarily, that would be... He's interred at the innermost coffin. I advise you not to gaze upon the body. If she insists, so be it. I like that moment of hesitation. God damn it, Argus. I told you not to go and get yourself... Don't, Laura. This is for you. Sorry for barging in here all the bluster. If you can forgive my rudeness, promise me that Arnigus gets sent off well and proper. Of course he will be. However, if you wish to inter him within the city gates, such sought-after spaces come at no small expense. I don't care what it costs. Send your man to Lemur's headquarters to collect what you require. Laura, I appreciate you coming to find me, but there's something else I have to speak with first. I'm heading to Stone's Throw. Come if you please, but come in silence. I don't like it. I'm gonna go back to the other one. Metallic doesn't work well in textures that are supposed to be cloth. It serves as a bit of a mental disconnect. You see a metallic texture on something that looks like it's cloth, and the mind just kind of goes... And yeah, notice how Ul'dah continues to have good quests. Weird how that works out. That's where Arnicus' dear wife earns her living. Let's get this over with. Actually, Ravenclaw is the house most people say I would be in Harry Potter. People only jokingly say Slytherin. No, Mr. Red. Arnicus never forgot the debt he owed you. The debt we both owed you. Even so, his loyalty ran deeper than that. It's a strange thing to look back on the people we were. A decade younger and a lifetime more foolish. Young lovers, proud patriots, blissfully ignorant. Returning to Locus Eminius, the cradle of our people. A triumphant homecoming for the Garleans after centuries in exile. The once mighty invaders laid low and driven back whence they came. It was a banner day when Arnicus was honored with a post there. The honor and pride quickly faded when we saw the truth of Locus Eminius. We had just defeated our enemies, we clapped them in irons and condemned them to a life of servitude. Descendants of those who driven after our ancestors so many generations ago, made to pay the crimes for their forebears. His superiors were certainly pleased with the poetry of it all. Arnicus could not simply look away from their suffering, let alone take pleasure in it. Confronted with the reality of a place we would call home, his conscience demanded he take action. He began cooperating with the resistance, but the eyes of the Frumentarium are all-seeing. Before long he was ousted as a sympathizer. It was only by the good grace of good fortune that we escaped with our lives. I've often lain awake at night, wondering if he had outlived his usefulness to the resistance. Or perhaps it was a petty senior officer that orchestrated our fall. Regardless of the cause, the outcome was the same. We could never return to the Empire. We fled to Eorzea by way of Radzadhan, the only open route to us. It wasn't soon after our stepping foot on the docks at Limsa Lominsa your luck ran out, as I recall. Stopped by Yellowjackets, accused of being Imperial spies. Aye, but we still managed to make an escape. We ran and ran, terrified our pursuers would one day catch up to us. That is until we met you. Had you not taken us under a wing when you did, I shudder to imagine our fate. Your gratitude's the last thing I deserve, lass. If I hadn't sent him off on my damned fool errand, he'd still be alive. It was Orcus that killed him, and no mistake, he died for my vengeance. I cannot tell you how sorry I am. No, you needn't apologize. I know he was happy. So long as he was helping you, he was happy. The blame for this death doesn't rest on your shoulders. It rests on the man and the monster that murdered him in cold blood. And I expect you to see that answer for his crimes. For me, and for Arnicus. I will, lass, I will. On this I swear everything I have to swear. And yeah, we got a little bit of fleshing out with Charlene with the other quest, but honestly nothing new to us. Whereas this has actually been fleshing out little tidbits of, like, pre-Garlean and post-Garlean, you know, pre-Garlemald and post-Garlemald Garlean lore, which is kind of nice. We need to talk. Come with me to the bridge. Okay. I do tend to like personal stories, but I also like stories that are well constructed. As I said earlier, I could dissect the Sage quest even from a purely objective perspective and say it was a bad story. It was attempting to create emotional attachment to characters that didn't do anything to earn or design around it, while at the same time having an entire story arc done from an intellectual bent, focused entirely on more facts and figures, as well as background lore and detached events, and that just doesn't work. I owe you an apology, Laura, for not telling you everything about me and Orcus from the start. I dragged you into a fight against a foe that's cunning, brutal, and utterly merciless. I thought with all of us together we'd tip the scales in our favor. But I was wrong, and Arnicus paid the price for my hubris. By the way, I like her outfit, to go back to the earlier question. It's pretty good, overall. The only thing I don't like about it is the head necklace thing, which obviously kind of has to be there for her. That void scent we tracked in the Black Shroud was likely one of Orcus's minions, but I was too caught up in my grand scheme to realize it at the time. I should have thought about why I tried to hide the body. Your common void scent wouldn't have the guile to bury a kill, but what if Orcus taught it as a way to throw trackers off its scent and to dangle bait for me and mine? Orcus has used that same trick in the past, and he knows that we know it too. By dispatching his minion, we drew his attention. Arnicus was a warning. Orcus doesn't give his prey swift deaths. He toys with them, cuts into him, savors the screams. That's how I knew he was responsible. It's like a signature, the way he leaves bodies when he's had his fill. Only pray Arnicus doesn't take that suffering with him to the next life. Orcus will be coming for you or me next. Not right away, though. That'd be giving up the game. He wants us to keep looking over our shoulders, sleeping with one eye open. He'll want to wear us down without lifting a finger. And when he finally strikes, we'll be dead on our feet. Playthings for him to do with as he pleases. And that won't do. We need to bring the fight to him. No more waiting for a lead to come to us. It won't be easy, but can I still count on your help? Yeah. Thank you, Laura. And if you got no qualm risking life and limb to fight for Arnicus, and for me, then I've got no qualm calling you a member of the family. That's right, we've joined the family. Family. Curious word, that. Fandaniel? Bloody hell, it's him. Lord, it's Orcus. So I could just kill him right now, right? What? Canonically, I'm higher than level 70 at this point. Some persistent rats were nibbling at my tail. I should have known their stench. By their stench, it was you and yours, Drusilla. What should I call you? Granddaughter? Shut your mouth, you thrice-damned monster. Monster? Is there a way to greet beloved elder children these days? I'm pure evil, you see. It seems one death wasn't punishment enough for you. A second should suffice for this scant remainder of your being. Laura, run at this right here and now. Okay. Like, I'm down for that, honestly. I thought we might savor our reunion for a while longer, but if you insist, I shall feast on your beating heart here and now. Ah, naught but dregs left in the desiccated vessel of yours. Too long has the hide been left in the sun. But your family has been replenished with fresh blood, I see. My, what a bounteous soul this one has. Your scythe may be dull, but your eye is as sharp as ever. Blinding as the sun, pure as the snow. Delectable as boar slathered in grease. Also gross. I thought to make a quick meal of you, but perhaps just this once forbearance is in order. Such a singular specimen must be given time to fatten, to fulfill its succulent potential. It would be a travesty to consume you ere you achieve perfection. When your soul is ripe with fear, swollen with hate, fit to burst with despair, I shall return for you, Laura, and I shall gorge. Until that time, sup well, my growing whelp. Listen. I haven't been to space, but I've been to another planet, alright? I've been to Savacom's planet, okay? It's terrifying. There's nothing but coffee and Lufia. It's just the most horrifying thing. The moon is just Xena. Hi, Hazardous. Curse these old bones. He was right in front of me. I could have ended it in one swing. For a moment, just one moment, I saw it all again. My family slaughtered, lying at his feet. My life slipping away, and that was enough. Doubtless you have more than a few questions. I'll answer them later. Bye. You know, actually, I think that Void Scent just called me fat. So Tim asks, you've been given the unenviable task of reworking which FF14 job you think is worse. It's Black Mage. The catch is... Actually, that's not true. It's actually Paladin. Like, objectively, it's Paladin. The catch is, for half the expansion, you must make the class unappealing by adding the bones of the eventual rework. How could the bones of a good final design be so awful? That's actually really easy. Although this is a cheat answer, but I know this because MMOs have actually done this. So, the way this will work out is, let's say that we've got this new class. We'll call it Reaper, okay? So it's got all these cool abilities. It's got this, and it's got this, and it's got this. It's super cool. But none of the tuning is done with the class yet. So you have the bones of the abilities, but what you do not have is the numbers. So the potencies, which is what it's called in FF14, are all wrong. So to make that unappealing, you just make them crap. There you go. Done. Fixed. If you want to make it even less appealing, you could do something that I've seen a couple of MMOs do, although only in betas. So you should never do this in a live game. But if you really put a gun to my head, the other thing you could do is you can make it so that the animations aren't finalized. So, in other words, imagine that instead of this, you just see me go, and then like a circle goes around me, and then I go back to default animation. And instead of this, I kind of hold out the scythe for a second, and then there's a circle, and then I pull it back. Gameplay-wise, tactically thinking, all of that is happening perfectly or correctly. All of that is, you know, the attack is still happening, but it would look like... And that's it. There you go. We have ruined a class while making it better. Done. It's my own fault. If I hadn't stood there slack-jawed, wasn't so damn slow. Yeah, I was just standing there like an idiot too, so, you know, I'll take the cutscene incompetence over there. What you saw there used to be my grandfather before Orcus took over. He looks green enough to be my own grandchild now. Trick of the Void, like as not. It's no secret that if Void Scent doesn't want to devour you, it probably wants to take possession of your flesh, but Orcus has a particular talent for it. And as you doubtless surmised, he's got an insatiable craving for ether. Yeah. Killing is only a prelude to the act of gulping down our essence, like a draught of ale after a day's work. He's old. Can't say how old. He's acquired a taste for the finer things. Seems your soul counts amongst the finest thing he's ever seen. Things just keep getting better, huh? I mean, it wouldn't be the first time someone set their sights on my soul. Is that so? Used to being a prize pig, are we? Any road. We need to go level a little bit. So he's out there savoring you from a distance. Ugh, stalkers. Can't resist checking in on his prize, just as he can't resist seeking out the morsels to tide him over till his feast. We found a dead person. Yep. Blunted dagger. We don't know who sent it, but we know what it means. It's a warning commonly used by less than savory elements in Ul'dah. A warning the next will be delivered sharp and straight to the belly. More fool them. They've no notion what we faced and lived, thinking we'd soil our small clothes over empty threats. Let's hope it's nothing more than that. Let's get a breath of fresh air. That's awful, Pyro. But yeah, that would fulfill the requirements too. Like maybe the mechanics. You know, it just occurred to me, FF14 itself kind of has the classes better but not yet thing going on. No, think about it. How many abilities and builds, or builds is the wrong word. How many classes are there and their abilities are incomplete until you hit a certain level? Like, I myself, we'll go back to Black Mage for a second. I myself complained that at, I think it was 60 or 70, I forget which, my rotation wasn't complete. Like, I didn't have Despair, so it was 70, because we get Despair at 72. And so all I could do was finish up with Flare, which is an AoE, which isn't useful on a boss. And, like, most of the rotation was there, but without Despair, it was literally missing a piece that so clearly felt like it should be there, right? And frankly, Paladin has the same problem, but arguably worse, because Paladin is just... what the hell? In fact, we don't get Confiteor until, what? 80? 80? Jesus. Anyways, Reaper. I recognize that self-assured stride. The rocket man ready to take on the world and then some. He must be the Eorzean the boss sent about. Yeah, it's me. Almost disappointed to tell you nothing's amiss. The soldier in me would have loved to see a Reaper in action. Once fought in the Imperial Army, though you wouldn't know it to look at me now. I served proudly under Lord Valens in my youth, until the day he ordered us to use common folk as fodder in some pointless skirmish. I refused and was sentenced to death for my candor. Needless to say, I didn't keep that appointment. Interesting. Compared to that evil, toothless threats and ghosts are no bother. I agree. But the less jaded are more excitable. One lass in particular has been jumping at shadows. She claims to have seen all manner of terrors, but I suspect she'd be startled by her own reflection. Still, you can find her in Lost Hope. Okay. Yeah, I haven't even really gotten to try out Paladin at 80. I haven't tried any of the tanks at 90 other than Warrior so far. It's the elegant woman. Ah! Hello. Hi. Oh, did Drusilla read my missive? She sent someone to get rid of the terrible evil waiting in the wings? Yeah, Valens died. Screaming. Pop! Truly, she cares for us as if we were our own flesh and blood. There's more than I can say about my own. Not once have I longed to return to the life of comfort I left behind in Garlemald, and I have Drusilla to thank for that. She isn't the reason I left home in the first place, of course. Had I not met my beloved, I still would be feasting on lemon cakes in ignorance. I don't know, lemon cakes are pretty legit. In ignorance of love and freedom, I found the former in Garlemald and the latter in Eorzea, as our new life blossomed into something beautiful. Not every day has been easy, not even most days, but Drusilla's watchful eyes kept us safe, and our freedom is worth any measure of hardship. Such terrible fear gripped my heart when my beloved told me of the pale man he spied on the sands, but now the family's come to help, I can breathe a sigh of relief. I'm sure you know precisely where to find the horrid creature, but I can't help it. I can't help half as so well as my beloved might. Seek him in the southeast. So he's dead. This is a Reaper chain, so nobody can be happy. Everyone's dead. Everything's dead. His name is the Lithe Dandy. Yeah, I'm not reading that out loud. Apologies for the effusive display. I'm a poet, you see, and cannot resist putting into word the flood of emotions that accompany a striking figure as yours. Okay, fine, I'll read it out loud. Through devilled mists the hunter now doth tread, tracking the scent of quarry others dread. In darkest night cry for a keeper, lo, by your side he walks the Reaper. What? Okay. Can I do something? Thank you. Oh no, it's an enemy. Back here, I'll just speed this up. There. Hey look, it's American healthcare. Well, they need the help, so let me go ahead and help them out here with this. I got your back, American healthcare. Okay. Oof. I'm not joking. That was his character name. Thank you, thank you, thank you, my savior, my godsend. Would that could have aided you, but alas, a poet's pen is of little use in battle. Unless, of course, that battle involves not swords and scythes, but words. I just asked the sire of my beloved, who is even now licking the wounds dealt by the invective verse I composed after he had the gall to forbid our union. A masterwork of scathing metaphor and subtle remonstration. Alas, for all their pretensions, nobles are anything but subtle in their rage. We were forced to flee, to abandon our homes with our only our love for sustenance. Nevertheless, I regretted not a single moment of our life in exile. In Eorzea we found an unexpected treasure, freedom. Freedom of mind and freedom of heart. I digress. Surely you do not seek me out to save the life and leave me with a nod and a smile. Do you wish to commission a poem? The Pale Man. Oh, right. I encountered him while wandering these arid wastes in search of inspiration. I felt the gaze of some terrible presence on my back, and when I turned, he was standing there grinning like a butcher in a bullpen. He wore robes too thick for these scorching sands, and his skin looked like he'd never been kissed by the blazing sun. His eyes were two bottomless pools of blood. I feared my end had come, but then he vanished as quickly as he'd appeared. Perhaps I'd been reckless. Recent incidents make it clear the cost of inspiration is higher than I'm willing to pay. I shall return to my beloved for both my safety and hers. Thank you again, my savior. Sure thing. And it's okay, because I was able to save American healthcare. With a scythe. Ah, there you are. And, well... another of his cursed minions. I suppose we can take comfort in the fact that none of the family came to harm. Yourself included. Well done. Speaking of which, what do you think of this family you've been thrust into? Speak freely. I haven't lived this long by taking offense at opinions I don't want to hear. Y'all suck. I'm gonna go with this one. Seems some odd families, then. I'd like to think we're one of the kind, though. Collection of cast-offs unfit to live under the Empire's boot. Yours truly included. Yeah, but I'm not a Garlean. Although if they ever make playable Garleans, this is going to be funny. Much as some enlightened types might tell you otherwise, people like to have a say in the life they lead. That's what separates us from those bugs over there. Bzz, bzz, bzz. Born queens, workers, drones, bred into roles ingrained so deeply they wouldn't even know how to live otherwise, for the glory and prosperity of the hive. But we've got it in us to be different. Might be born into farming, soldiering, politicking, but we can choose to walk a different life, whatever the fancy should strike. Taints in our nature to accept a lot without question. No, we have to believe in something, put our faith in it. Only then will we deign to march in step. And indeed, faith of a savage stripe is one way to get us dancing to the same tune. Others might be compelled through faith in logic or law, intangible, invisible, yet cause enough for killing and conquering if it suits the queen. The invaders have sullied our birthright for 8 centuries. No longer. We march for Locus Aminaeus. With a few righteous words, his radiance, Solus Zos Galvus, whipped the hive into a frenzy. Once that fire is burning, the passion of the masses can't soon be quelled. What was once a wish for home became a holy mission to spread enlightenment. Enlightenment which would not suffer beliefs such as the Beastmen held. Countless scores rendered up their lives on the altar of the Empire until an entire continent was united under a single Magitech fist. For those who still dreamed the dream of unity, a deed worthy of song, yet some awoke to see it for the tyranny it was, my grandfather included. The tales of us Reapers are passed down through the bloodlines. Rulus was the best of us, most accomplished and feared in the Order's long history. The duty of Reapers, our power in the hive, our role in the hive, if you will, was to deliver our countrymen from corrupt and power-hungry tyrants. When Garlemald found religion in conquest, its appetite grew to be insatiable. My grandfather pondered this conundrum for so many sleepless nights and came to a decision. He would relieve Solus Zos Galvus of his life. 20 years ago, he slipped into the deepest chamber of the Imperial Palace, silent as a shadow, until he could hear the Emperor's beating heart. Yet when Relius returned to me, Solus was alive as well. My grandfather, on the other hand, had a skittishness to his step, and his black hair had turned a pale white. He had said naught of his encounter with the Emperor, save the most powerful man in Garlemald was no man at all. Shamed in defeat, my grandfather sought greater power. Bit by bit, he gave more of himself to the void sent behind his avatar. I think we're answering that question right now, Blade Traval. Orcus struck when Rulus was weakest, taking his flesh and soul in one fell swoop. When he was finished, not a mote of my grandfather remained in that body. There was only Orcus. The fiend flew into a rapturous frenzy and killed my family, his first victims. I remember the chill of his sinking his teeth into my flesh, gnawing until they reached my very essence. How am I standing here before you? Oh, Orcus gorged on a soul that night, but it wasn't mine exactly. It was my avatar that filled his belly. Seems that was all he could stomach. Some might consider that a lucky twist of fate, but I had little time to ponder my fortune. Fled as soon as I was able. His radiance never looked kindly on those trying to end his life or their families. I wandered for years until I settled here and started seeking out others like me, others who had awoken from the Empire's dream. Lemurs is what we call the spirits of the dead in Garlean tongue. A fitting moniker if there ever was one. Waking up from a long sleep ain't like climbing out of the grave, I can attest to that. Son of a... Remind me not to give such long-winded speech when the sand is blowing in my face. I need some ale. I always liked the thought that he literally was Solus from word go. Or at the very least, that he popped into Solus's body early enough that, you know, the overwhelming majority of his life was Emmett Selg. Oh, yep, you broke the bot, Blade Traval. Why would you break my bot, Blade Traval? Why? Why would you do this? I kind of like that too, Omega Legion. He was just like, hey, wait a minute, that's not an assassin. That's not an assassin at all. And that's a musician. And that's a black mage, and I don't know what that is. Go back, boss. How's the family? Currently alive. I always said he was a keeper. You have an eye for the fierce of heart. Thanks. I wish he could slay Orcus on his own. Yes, I could. I have canonically beaten the Cloud of Darkness by myself. I think I can... In the World of Darkness, I think I can handle Orcus. Of course we wouldn't. We'll all be there when Orcus tries to take his prize. I don't think we'll be waiting long, either. Orcus said he'd strike when lore was ripe with fear and hatred and despair. Seasons he's loath to forego. Yeah, but I don't have any of that. I have an inkling how he might try to draw out those emotions and finish off a half-eaten meal besides. Right you are! Dramaticness. Also true of Blade Traval, although that hasn't happened at this point canonically yet. How many nights did you mourn your lost avatar? The wellspring of your power. It was quite a dish. I think not. Move a finger and her head'll hit the floor. Yeah, seriously, Dakota. This is not the first time this has happened. This isn't the 5th time this has happened. Oh, that's it, Laura. That fire! I want to see rage. I want to see hatred. Should I make this Drusilla's final breath? Or this one? It's so very hard to choose. Well, in fairness, we destroyed the lyrical, and we didn't actually destroy the actual Cloud of Darkness. She's still out there, canonically, in the World of Darkness. I was right not to give in to my baser instincts, to allow the thought of your taste to simmer in my mind as you and Drusilla formed a bond, a kinship even, born from an understanding of her inconsequential ideas that you might better appreciate bitter loss. Perhaps I should wait a while longer, let the flavor of your hatred mature and tang your malice ripen. I can make use of Drusilla yet. Revel in her screams, exult her misery. How splendid it will be. All the while my prized piglet growing fat with loathing and succulent with terror. Patience rewards the dutiful gourmand. While your tantalizing flavor has fully matured, I will return. Bye. I'm gonna leave now. Bye. I was actually thinking, you remember the FF8, 9, and 10 shard we were kind of working on the other day, which, by the way, is a cool idea I totally want to do something with. We could tie in 3 into that as well. Tie in the Cloud of Darkness. I'm not sure how exactly, because the main focus I was going for was the Terrans, but I still think we should follow through on her at some point. She's one of the biggest dangling threads still left at this point in the story. We need to think, Herman. I know. Now's not the time to lose my temper. Deep breaths, cool heads. Right, we need a plan. First things first. Where's Orcus hiding? The rest of the family should be able to help with that. In the meantime, we need to prepare. Actually, you know what? Now that I say that out loud, I think I agree. Rather than tying her into the 7, 8, 9, or excuse me, the 8, 9, 10 story arc, what I'd do is I'd hint at her in the 8, 9 story arc. Maybe have the occasional background commentary about how the astral, I guess? No, that'd be the umbral. Whatever. The element of darkness is just kind of slowly getting a little bit worse. Maybe there's more void synth than usual. Maybe there's just more reports or something. And just have it be a little background thing. Maybe even an optional thing. You know how you could talk to people in the Rising Stones periodically? Maybe have one of them comment on that. And just have that be a thing throughout the 7, 8, and 9 expansion. And then do an entire expansion of the World of Darkness and really flesh it out. Interesting. So we're finally going to get a Shroud, which I've never had. Yeah, we also have Scylla, who could kind of tie into that. When I get my hands on him. Lore, we found out where the boss is being held, but an envelope arrived at the headquarters. Open it inside was... It was a letter written in blood. There's no doubting whose it was. Orcus is reveling in his own cruelty. The letter said he's waiting for us at Dusk Vigil. No! No! Good night, Tim. Not Dusk Vigil. Anything but Dusk Vigil. Here we are, more way outside. We're ready to repay our debt. Home. If there's void quests I haven't done, I'm unaware of them, Omega Legion. I have done every quest I know of, other than the new stuff. This is a job for a Reaper. I got this, don't worry. What? We might not be able to hold a candle to the likes of you, but we've got skills. I have not sent Uni to the first, no. Don't make me repeat myself. I'm going after Orcus alone. I appreciate the assistance, but you're just going to get killed. Herman, maybe he's right. I know he's right. Doesn't mean it doesn't chafe. Boss wouldn't trust any man with the Reaper's arts, and Lore's proven himself time and time again. Alright, where do I start the Void quest? God damn it. I knew this was going to happen, too. I knew there was going to be one quest somewhere that's going to be like, hey! There's this other quest chain you haven't done, because screw you. Whatever. How would it be a New Game Plus if I've never done that, Omega Legion? Take her scythe, and then immediately go back to my level 90 scythe. We did this. So, what are you on about? We didn't do these. We're never doing these. I am never doing those. Third tab. Okay. Yep. Void quest. We did this. We did the void quests on camera. Right here. So, whatever. Well, whatever. I've decided not to do them. Ever again. Ever, 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 ever. Out of pure, unmitigated spite. In fact, I'm going to take an AFK break right now. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay, stretch break taken. Okay, so, yeah, I didn't do the uni stuff on camera this time around. Does anyone know how long it is? Which is, I love getting even further behind in the schedule for no good reason. When did Cashel show up? I was thinking about this the other day. I asked about how long some quest was. This is a couple weeks ago. And someone said, it's like 4 quests. I was like, okay. But then I realized that's such a terrible metric in this game. Think about how long some of the quests get in this game. Some of them are short. And then some of them are, you know, a 45-minute cutscene is about to play. Or a 15-minute cutscene that concludes with you playing as a Stinian against a Proto-Ultima weapon. No, it's fine. I am legitimately irritated because I missed something, and that's going to completely throw my schedule off again. And it's also going to completely interrupt the flow of things. I was intending to go straight from this to MSQ. Whatever. Nothing I can do about it. So, whatever. That also means today's stream is going to be weird. Yeah, apparently not, Gigapudding. Apparently we're not getting to MSQ today. How is he contacting me on a link pearl? I remember that fight. That's that stupid Chimera fight that everyone gets hit by. Every time I get it in roulettes, which is often. Damn it, Estes. So, remind me to address Cashel's question when I get into this. Okay. What? I can smell it. Your fear. I am not afraid of you. Your tender, marbled soul. Gross! My masterpiece ripe for the slaughter. That is the second time you've called me fat. I'll savor every bite, strip the flesh from your bones, crack them open to sup on the marrow for moons. Look, we made this custom animation. We gotta show it off twice, okay? How I hungered, how I thirsted, enraptured by the thought of your sweet essence trickling down my throat. Never have I suffered so in waiting, but beholding your magnificence, I see it was worth every agonizing second. I do not expect you to leap into my maw willingly, nor do I desire it. I want you to writhe and struggle. No, the tongue thing. No, it is. Yeah, apparently I'm fat in canon. Sorry. Oh no. Anyway, so now is a good time to address Cashel's question. Cashel says, if you had to come up with a subtitle for each FF game, like FF14 does with its expansions, what would you pick and why? Actually, yeah, in reality, we're not fat, we're actually dense. Like, even if you look at it from the soul perspective, that's actually true. I was hoping for non-meme answers, Reggie. Oh, hello. Actually, yes, Rax. Oh, that's an interesting mechanic. So, hang on. One meme answer, really quick. FF1's subtitle would be, Kill Chaos! Okay, got that out of my system. Alright, FF1's would be The Crystal's Journey, I think. I'd probably call FF2 The Tragedy of Palamecia. I would call 3 between light and dark. Actually, I would call FF4 Bloodstained Past. Not only is that a recurring motif in the story itself, it literally is the overall plot thread of FF4, the Bloodstained Past. Of the Lunarians in general, of our father, you know, of all the characters I'm not going to spoil right now. This begins to bore me. I'm super powerful. No. A noise, rather. 'Tis past time you bared your belly for my blade. No, it's gut. You go for the prey's sole purpose is to satisfy. I was leaning towards the bonds, something, Pyro. I just wasn't sure about it. My word, your aim is terrible. Oh! Yeah, that would hurt. But anyway, let's go back to 5 for a sec. My first thought for 5, right off the top of my head, is where the wind roams. There should be nothing left of you. You should have learned to chew your food more thoroughly. Fools, the both of you. I won't die so easily. I have too much health for that. Oh, now our feast begins. No, I like that. Where the wind roams. I should be writing these down. Hang on. So we've got 1, the Crystal's Journey, Tragedy of Palamecia, Betwixt Light and Dark, Bloodstained Past. Sorry, yeah, we're coming up with subtitles. I admit I tend to lean towards flowery subtitles. You'll see that when the Lorecraft series starts to get caught up with the modern Gata stuff. Sorry. I mean, I'm not sorry, I shouldn't lie. I'm not sorry at all. I like having flowery subtitles for stuff like that. So, then we have 4, which is Bloodstained Past. Excuse me. And 5 was Where the Wind Roams. Where the wind roams. Worth it. This is a banger, by the way. Like, the mid-boss theme is good, but this is... Ooh. So, 6. What the hell do I give the subtitle to 6? Listen, Hazards. Ooh, I like that. The ties that bind. I was trying to think of something that connects... Because FF6's theme has always been about the connections between people, right? The bonds between people. Different types of bonds. Some good, some bad. Some positive, some negative. But it's always been about those ties between people. I was to say, Bloodstained Past is literally a quote from FF4, so I'm not opposed to using something like that. By the way, 7s is easy. The Cry of the Planet. Most of these just come to me immediately. The honor is yours, Drusilla. Eights would be the Seeds of Time. Like, subtitles usually just come to me. I usually don't have to think about it, really. That's why I'm so stunned on 6. I cannot figure out what the hell to do with 6. Dripped with fear, boiled in hatred. I can still taste it. Just a taste. 9 would be Melodies of Life. There's no question about 9. 9 is just too easy. Ten would be the Spiral of Death. Hey! Jinx. 11 would be this game is garbage. There we go. $12 would be the Reigns of History. I do like Shards of the Betrayer. Let's skip over 13. Oh yeah, 10-2. I skipped 10-2. Let me think on that one for a minute. Tactics? The War of the Lions. That is actually the subtitle of Final Fantasy Tactics. Ooh, I like that for 15. Brothers. I like that. Sorry for causing you no end of worry. In tracking me down, you risked life and limb, and for that I thank you. All of you. We didn't risk anything. We just sat here and prayed until you and Lore walked through the door. Ah, don't be so hard on you. I know each and every one of you would have joined him if you hadn't talked some sense into you. Yeah, they wanted to go off and die. We owe you our lives, boss. We owed it to you to return the favor. You're more than I deserve. Who forces them who hold dear into a personal vendetta? Who leads family to their death? Arnegus was no fool. He knew and accepted the risks. He placed his faith in you because he believed Orcus had to be stopped, and he was right. There'll be no more victims to mourn. He helped you to achieve that victory, and it'll be enough for him and enough for me. You're right, this isn't the time for sulking. Arnegus will be the first to tell you that. Now's the time to honor his sacrifice. To toast those we have lost and those still by our side. See, the problem is, I think Ballad of Chaos would work better for 13-2. But I think the brave souls that led us here. I mean, it's you, Lore. As much as I'd like to take credit for Orcus's demise. For Orcus's demise. You can tell when I'm cross-reading a little bit. It was a long, bloody road, but this marks the end of our first assignment as a Reaper. And what assignment was that, huh? Might not be Garlean, but you've tackled your task with singular resolve that impressed the most hardened soldier. I am proud to call you family. The whole trilogy, I could see, yeah. That tracks. We may have founded the Lemurs to provide a home for wayward Garleans. We're not so different. Garleans and Eorzeans, no great revelation that, but moments like these help put it all in perspective. This family was a dream that gave us strength to survive in strange land. Ooh, the Cry of Lavos. The Wings of Time is the obvious one, because that is actually a subtitle for Chrono Trigger, but the Cry of Lavos fits better. Because, again, all of Chrono Trigger revolves around Lavos, so... Beautiful thing about dreams, if you ask me, is they can change. They can get better. So from this day onward, the Lemurs will be united by not by origin, but by purpose. Brothers and sisters bound by shared conviction. Yeah, I literally have the Wings of Time title for my character. I don't think anyone will object to that, boss. The Lemurs are ready to welcome people of all stripes. Starting with you, Lore. That was all but official already, wasn't it? Here's to the birth of a new family, brother. I mean, I guess it does play a triple. I can't actually argue that. No, this is good. This was better than Sage in every way. Like, just across the board. Red Star Fall. It's okay, it'll never be fleshed out, Valvedrix. No, I mean, you're right, Blade Javal, and I actually agree with you. The Lavos reveal is a reveal. If you think about the construction of Chrono Trigger, there's no Lavos until you get to 2300 AD, and all of a sudden it's just like, hey, what's this recording of a day of Lavos? And it's a big moment. It is arguably the most important story beat in the entire game. So, I'm actually with you on that. We probably shouldn't say The Cry of Lavos, even though it's a perfect subtitle, because it kind of ruins that. And yeah, if you pay attention, the tone is completely different. Saving Marl and doing all the stuff in the past, hi. Slash pow. All of that's really lighthearted tone. It feels like a silly, light romp adventure. In fact, one of the reasons I tend to say that Chrono Trigger is a little bit more Dragon Quest than it is Final Fantasy is they follow much of the Dragon Quest formula. In many Dragon Quest games, they start off, you know, just da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, it's all silly and it's all fun. And then there's usually a moment of, Puh! Where everything just gets much, much darker. And lo and behold, 2300 AD is exactly that. Even the moment that of going to 2300 AD is this huge moment of, oh my gosh. Because even when you're... Ooh, we're in a lamp outpost here. Even when you're going through the section... God, I love Chrono Trigger so much. Even when you're going through the prison section, it's still essentially being portrayed as a pseudo-lighthearted kind of a thing, right? It's not that serious. There's still the music, and there's still the quirkiness. There's still the light little jokes. And then you run from the people, and there's the big chase sequence, and then we enter a random portal, and then the music stops. For I believe the first time in the entire game, no music plays whatsoever. And you're just in this weird place, and you're just like... Then you go outside, and everything just looks horrific, and that wonderful overworld music plays. It's such a tonal shift. And it's not even that's not even the end of it, that's just the beginning of it, because the next thing we see is the record of 1999 AD. Sorry, anyways. Just... Sorry, forgive me for gushing about one of the best games ever made. Never seen me do that before. I'm gonna try some. Yeah, you know me. I've thought of proper remakes of many, many games, and I've done actual, prep work and pre-production work for several of them. I've never even thought about a proper remake of Chrono Trigger. Where do you take that? Like, I'm not saying it's impossible, I'm just saying, where do you even begin with that? Reconciliation. I like that, Pyro. I'm gonna jot that down. I'm not sold on it, but question mark. We'll put a question mark there. Alright, so hang on, let's go do some filler. Sorry. Irritability, go! Yeah, I actually agree. Pushing it up to Dragon Quest XI status would probably work. Probably flesh out the dual techs and the triple techs a bit, you know? Come on, there we go. Probably flesh out a few things. Disconnect it from Chrono Cross. Can we just do that? Whether you like Chrono Cross or not, Chrono Trigger is made worse by its connection to Chrono Cross. So let's just chop that and completely get rid of that entirely. It's like connecting FF7 to FF10. It doesn't do either game a service. I'm pro-good continuity, not just pro-continuity. Anyways. Chrono Trigger would work well with ARPG, and I think the Trials of Mana engine would also work well there. At that point, that's a decision, because I think both the Dragon Quest XI combat engine and the Trials of Mana engine would both work equally well. I actually agree with that, too. Cross is a better game without the trigger connection. It works both ways. Seeing a lot of you together like that reminds me of old days. Ardbert and the rest, bickering, drinking, laughing. Drove each other half mad at times, so there was never any question who'd be there when times got tough. Can't help but wonder, can I? If I had companions like that back home, could it have been saved? I'm not the only one who tried, though. There was this guy, this boy. That nigh unpronounceable name sounds familiar. Yes, he too was one of the would-be saviors of the 13th. He was spared his fated demise by Asian devices. Oh, it would have to have multiplayer, Pyro. But wouldn't that be cool? Co-op Chrono Trigger with Trials of Mana style combat and Dragon Quest XI construction of build, variety, and dual teching. Just think about it. We spoke once after the destruction of our world. The others could be saved, we thought. We had parts to play. What he's up to now that Olympus gone, though, I have no idea. Has he found a new role, as I have, or does he feel adrift as we were? If you encounter him in the source, I ask you help him find a way forward, just as you helped us here. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think Midnight Blue is too dark. That's just black. I like what it does with this, the knot tie, but the rest of it is just black. So I think I'm going to commit to not doing that. Oh, I'm out of Dragon Blue. Dragoon Blue. Right! I was also supposed to do this. This is a good time as any to do that, except I can't! Ugh, okay. Screw it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Just gonna do it right now. Screw it, screw it. Death to proper streaming, and to the living! Grab some of this, first and foremost. That's expensive. Why is Dragoon Blue dye so expensive? Why am I being healed by a cool white mage spell thing? Oh, yeah, over here, over here. Yeah, apparently, Pyro, it's just screw it all, you know? Hang on, this is something I've been meaning to do. I haven't repaired in literally weeks. So, some of my gear is down to like the 50% range. So keep the 30% range, excuse me. Why do you have wings? How do you have wings? Still the best looking small in the game. Okay, there we go. We're all repaired. Let's put on our blue again. There we go. Okay, then we resume. Listen, if I could have wings, then I would. Just ask all my Guild Wars 2 characters. Each of them has a different set of wings. Except for my Necro. My Necro has molten armor, I think is how I would describe it. It looks very cool. I'm very proud of my set. I mean, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought I already did it, because I thought I went down the list. So I had another thought, or a subtitle for 10-2 specifically, but I don't know how to say "now what" in a flowery, actually sounds good way. Because that's what FF10-2 is, really, at its core. FF10-2 is all about, now what? We've had this happen, and sin has been defeated, and the entire religion and government of the world has been completely overhauled. Now what? And that is FF10-2 at its core. Even more than the J-pop fluff, even more than the cotton candy. That is the core element and theme of 10-2. Future's beginning, I can see that. And I figured you meant 10-2. FF14, what lies beyond? Oh, Matt Lore, what brings you here today? Yeah, I think this blue works better. I think I'm going to commit to this blue. I don't like the tie that much, but I really like the accents. Orion J did apprise me of your travels in the first and what became of Elidibus at long last. It could be, Pyro, you're right. But I was not aware you were working with Silva. My one true love. I consider her a comrade of sorts, though our time together was short. Looking upon the twisted remains of the world you tried to save creates a bond few can understand. At that time, we spoke of what we could hope to achieve with our newfound immortality and of our regrets. Though I believed what had happened to be the natural result of my age and experience, I now think this is merely the least painful explanation I could offer myself. Silva's right. We ought to have sought each other out before it was too late. I would not make the same mistake again. With the Warring Triad gone, I am indeed in need of new purpose, but to seek it alone is folly. I should speak with Silva, assuming such a thing is possible. As I mentioned, she understands how I feel more than other. Of course, all I require is your soul! You speak of the Spirit Vessel. I was actually wondering how we were going to get him over there. But if you think about it, the method by which we could technically carry individuals back and forth between the first and here. So we do actually have the capacity to ferry other people to the first. It's just extraordinarily limited. If I understand the principles correctly, it was near miracle you succeeded in bringing them back without killing them. Yeah, the bodies is the big problem. But they don't really have... Like, their status is different. It's not to be lost for making the attempt. Okay. If you're willing to die. I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. We need an expert in spirit vessels. You're so mean, Omega Legion. I do like What Lies Beyond. I think I'm going to stick with that. What Lies Beyond. Pray, forgive the delay. Thou didst seek my counsel. Hey, what's up? Aye, the gifts granted by young Unu and by Heidelin and the Asians may prove a boon in easing the transition. However, I know not to what extent, nor what might befall thy spirit should thou be lost betwixt worlds. Nevertheless, I know this is my path forward. Please, Oriange. Make sure the bottle's labeled. It's okay, I'm only carrying one over. Very well, if thou believest that thou shalt find new purpose in the first, I will do all in my power to prithee thee safely there. Which will require a few moments. Maybe a worthy tome might keep thee occupied? Yeah, sure. What do we got here? Let's see. It's fine. Oriange's fine. He's chilling, alright? Just chill. That would be really funny, Pyro. I do sometimes wonder if they watch my stream. I know they don't. I know with total certainty that they don't watch my stream. But it's funny how many times I'll comment on something from a game design perspective and then they will fix it. 'Tis done. Guard his vessel well. But where's he? Okay. Unu and I, as the other signs on the first, Unu is as I and the others were on the first, a soul without form, yet no true body. Thus, 'twas a simple matter to transfer him to a vessel using the selfsame process as before. To withdraw his essence once across the rift should prove similarly straightforward. However, I fear an existence cannot sustain itself indefinitely. Look to the Asians' example. Their persistent use of flesh and blood vessels surely hath cause. Be it danger akin to that which would have befallen us had we not returned to the source, I know not, but the time may come when the boy requireth a fully corporeal form. Yet Silva seems to be fine, so did she pop into somebody? For the moment, convey the e-spirit to Becklug. Farewell. Both of thee. Now, prithee, my journey takes me back to Garlemald. Please do not return me from yonder hence, unless thy need be most great. 'Tis extensuous, most excessively, and exceedingly deleterious to mine affairs, to constantly transit myself between Garlemald and the Rising Stones. That's an interesting thought, if it could just be a corpse. Yeah, it changes the scarf and the trim. That's the problem, is that you can see the color is literally different between scarf and trim. So, I kind of have to find one that works for both, and that's the problem. But, whoop, no. Although I might finally change my home thing from Doma. Back again! I'm flattered you've grown so fond of Norbrent, or would be. But you have that expression you lot wear when you're about to ask me for something. Yeah, about that. I did silver earlier. It was alright. I was just trying out something new. For all the perils your friends faced, the labors you undertook to return them, you brought another soul across the earth. Have you no common sense? Nope. Clearly. Nevertheless, for my own peace of mind, I'll assume you have a compelling reason for this. Removing spirit from vessel will be easy enough, I suppose. However, it requires a few moments without you breathing down my neck. Also, your friend is unlikely to be chosen with clothes on, so I doubt they'll want an audience. So, take the time for some self-reflection. The other dialogue option was, "It'll be fine," with multiple eyes. We're wondering. Excuse me. Speak with someone. Very well. You've done the same at my request often enough. Poor Garaha. How long am I meant to wait for this friend of yours? I do have work to do, you know. Pardon the delay. It took some time to acquire robes of appropriate size. Is this them? No. Listen, Silva, I know you're a little bit but this is who I wanted to introduce you to. Silva! What? Uni? Indeed, it's me. Trust me, I can hardly believe I'm here myself. I mean, you kind of aren't. I should think so. When I sent Laura to ask after you, it never occurred to me you might be able to cross the rift without Asian aid. I mean, I'm really close to an Asian at this point. I mean, honestly. My choices and my reasons are my own now. If I am to have faith in them, in myself, I cannot hide who I am. I asked him why he took off the mask. Speaking of which, Unu was kind enough to fill me in, unlike some, and I was interested to hear of an erstwhile hero of the 13th serving libations at the Wandering Stairs. But that this here should be you surpasses the scope of even my considerable imaginings. Is that you at Grunzlicht so long ago? Not so long to me, or you, mayhap. Though I had thought I might put at last those days behind me. Perhaps this is for the best. They're not all bad memories. They never are. I don't know if I agree with that. I should very much like to hear your story, should you be willing to share it. Our world, unlike this one, had its share of would-be heroes, myself and Unu amongst them. Unlike your Warrior of Light, however, each was unaware or unconcerned with our fellows. But to fight alone is to fall alone, and the insidious ether of the Auracite used to seal primals corrupted once noble souls and turned them one by one to darkness. Even those who resisted this fate could not escape the consequences. No surprise, perhaps, as we continue to struggle in solitude. We were spared by Asian machinations, but only as our world met its death. But what if death could be undone? I was told much of the first was consumed by light, as our home was by darkness, yet balance and life are being restored even to the scoured land they call the empty. Thanks, Eden. If such a thing is possible, why not the reverse? Could we not bring light back to the 13th? Even the Asians considered the Thundering the 13th lost. Thus it was excluded from the rejoining. But what say you? You have a way of making miracles happen. I mean, we have done so much at this crap that I wouldn't put much off the table. I'm not saying it'd be easy, or even quick, but, you know. Also, we totally need to have that, 13th expansion I was just talking about a few hours ago. That doesn't sound like an empty platitude coming from you. It's the same with Ardbert. Pardon the interruption, but might I suggest closer examination of the conditions of the 13th before we form conclusions? Why is this dialogue? We could use the Crystal Tower to open a Void Gate, couldn't we, please? Whatever, yeah, let's go use the Crystal Tower, which is connected to the Void. Have you lost your head? The Crystal Tower is not a toy, and you are not to use it to unleash great and terrible void scent on this world. It's okay, I've already beaten the Cloud of Darkness once. According to the records, there was a group who worked with how to open small void gates through which to summon minor fell beasts and the like. Magics of that nature should work, though I am unsure if any knowledge of the original technique yet live. There's one right over there. Literally. Yeah, Eden's dead. We would need something else to be able to redistribute ether. But we know how ether is redistributed. Like, it's an available thing. So, designing something to redistribute ether and filter ether, some kind of Aoife tree would not be a terrible idea here. You see how I'm connecting it? This is how we connect the world of darkness to the 8, 9, and 10 world. Is the Aoife tree is there because they've already been working on restoring. Or maybe we make the Aoife tree, or maybe the Terrans make the Aoife tree. And that's how we start, the very beginning process of restoring the 13th world. Anyways. Don't mind me. Ah! God damn it. You be gone, cursor of schedules. Really hasn't aged a day, not that it surprised me of all people. What a fascinating place to spend one's days. I'd love to hear more about patrons that have passed through. No, I don't at all, Cashel. So, several days ago, we had a very in-depth and lengthy discussion about how we would make the next expansion. And I call it the 789 world, because the idea is we go to another one of the shards, right? And this world is in many ways based on the ideas of Final Fantasy 8, 9, and 10. There's Mist, there's Sin, the Terrans are involved and are in fact aliens who are a long-term threat, big spoilers. There's a whole arc with regards to the sorceresses. Several of the nations there are actually literally function on the gardens which float around and so forth and so on. And so that's that shard. It doesn't matter what number it is. It's just one of the other shards. Always a pleasure, Laura. But who's your friend? I don't believe we met. I'm not from this world. The situation's rather complicated, but I hope you're willing to assist me. We need to go to yet another world. It's true we had the means to open such portals. We call them hollows. It was through one of these I was drawn into the rift. So it is possible. Not with my power alone. I understand the greatness of your need, and were Nilebert still at my side, I would glad to make the attempt, but the technique required combined force of our energies in resonance. There's no other powerful black mages around here. If one person's magics are insufficient, perhaps I could assist. From what I can sense, our ethereal reserves are roughly equivalent, and our physical similarities suggest our energies are not incompatible. I fear you underestimate the difficulty of this task. Nilebert and I were born for this. Even so, it took us years. I realize it's a lot to ask, considering we've just met, but can we not at least attempt it? Yours is the only magic I've even heard of, and if we might be able to actually save my home. Might I interject? Yeah, what? You will recall the crystals in my possession preserve the memories of the former Warriors of Light, including Nilebert's in ethereal form. And Unu, being here, has a particular talent for interpreting the minds and motives of ethereal beings, the primals. If I can apply the same principles to the crystal, an experiment worth trying, at least. I'll fetch it. It's an interesting idea, Omega Legion. And it would be a way for them to continue being relevant, which is certainly something FF14 is good about. So there's a strong sentiment of his memories of Tainer and the training. Well, in my defense, I thought I'd done the Void quests. Really. I didn't know these were the Void quests. I thought the previous thing we did was the Void quests. Tainer, you should know Nilebert desired nothing so much as to rescue you, his dearest friend. He held so fiercely to his memories of this technique you mastered together because he hoped they might be your salvation. Oh, Nilebert. I won't let them go to waste. We will see what we can to do this. We're totally going to restore to the 13th. I'm not going to pretend to understand what's going on. Just keep them from running into anything too dangerous. That's kind of a gerb. Nothing to worry about, as long as you're around, I'm sure. Wicked White. I forgot I got a half a dozen orders to fill. You know when to find me when you've contacted another world. What was that ex-punk who was running the bar in Valhalla? Or not Valhalla. Was that Valhalla? Yeah, it was Valhalla. I can't remember her name. I wrote it down, actually, because I want to do something with that someday, but... Objection. We will practice creating hollows as soon as possible. Was it Dana? Anyways, it just occurred to me that Silva is kind of the Dana equivalent. She's a barmaid who happens to be a near-immortal Death Doom from another planet. And a very experienced, you know, retired adventurer. The difference is, you know, Dana, or whatever her name was, could absolutely wreck face. And Silva is, you know, retired. She doesn't really know what she's doing anymore. She actually said that during her quest chain. Like, I don't know how to swing a sword anymore, but by golly. Who knows, maybe she could turn into a giant multi-mouthed wolf again. There you are. Please tell Tainer we can begin. Okay. Assuming no adventures near, this location should be suitable. I'll give the word, you begin channeling your ether. Nilbert's memories will have told you as much, but it's imperative you focus on our ethereal resonance throughout the process. Lore, your job is to kill stuff that comes out. Okay. I'm good at it. On, flow where I tell you to. Let me attempt to match your focus. I opened it small, but enough to let something through. Be ready, Lore. I don't know, Omega Legion. Because, yeah, the 13th was the first thing to go. Way back in the day. Which means FF13 really is the prequel to all the other FFs. Yeah, I don't care for that song either. I like how it doesn't even play for the actual event. It just played for the cutscene. That was far too much effort for such a small gate. On the contrary, given that this was your first attempt, that's incredible. Now, try synchronizing your breathing with mine. Focus on the rhythm. Yeah, that's true. FF13 got nuked first. Win-win. You know, I think I actually did the same thing, but I forget when I did it. I know I did it before, at some point, because obviously I have it off. Oh no, it's... I don't know what the hell that is. It's Thing Face. Literally, I suppose. Oh yeah, I can try out this now. Oh, that's Gluttony. Where's Shroud? Where did I put Shroud? There it is. I gotta try out Shroud at some point. I have a second bar now, I just noticed. Interesting. As I say, very appropriate music choice, finally. Sure, I can turn it back on. Full attunement so soon. You ready, Lore? That's what I'm here for. No, keep playing! Whatever. Okay. Oh, it's dead. Damn it! Why did it die so quickly? Why does everything die so quickly? Oh god, that would be funny on Mega Legion. Cloud of Darkness is like, there you are. The Aether's familiar somehow, but if that's impossible, of course. No, there will be a second stream today. Now that Tainer and I are capable of performing the necessary magics, I should like to make an attempt at investigating conditions on the 13th. Might I trouble you to contact Becklug? Yeah, sure. Hey, Becklug. Lore, are you there? I hope you've not lost focus on the void problem. I have an exciting breakthrough to share. A work of Porksy-related genius. Ah, excellent timing. We've made considerable progress and are ready to open the portal when you are. Well then, what would have made it this place? Okay, let's do it. Also, we should probably find a corpse for you to inhabit at some point. You don't mind if I think of it as our goal, do you? No, I'm good. Just drag Ranjit's corpse up. Here you go. Actually, here's a weird thought. So let's assume you're playing D&D, and you're in the position of Uno as a character, right? Do you immediately seek out a corpse to inhabit, or do you think you might have sufficient progress with the 13th that you want to hold off on that for a bit? In other words, because if you make a body here and inhabit it here and then go to the 13th, you're going to have problems. Or you could just wait until you transit to the 13th, then go ahead and get a corpse there. Or maybe you can bring a corpse with you through the 13th. Like, these people, I'm sure they could do with losing their bodies. Corpses are usually useful. That's a good point. Yeah, I was just thinking that to myself. I wonder if there are anything that would qualify as a corpse in the 13th. What happens when a Void Scent is killed on the 13th? Because I would imagine it's the same thing that happens to a Sin Eater. They just dissipate back into ether, right? Here's Backlug has yet to arrive. Patience, Una. Patience. That would be interesting. So here's a question. So let's say we do what we were going to do. We have the 789 expansion, which kind of builds up to the shard, to the 13th shard. And then we have the 13th shard expansion. Would you have any of the world of the 13th be livable, and anything there be people other than just endless Void Scent? You know, if you were creative lead, or if you're in the writer's room on the matter. Well, you didn't think I wanted to see this for myself? The 13th was my home, too. Yeah. Quite, though as I explained, we won't be the ones doing the seeing, strictly speaking. This familiar will gather all the information we need, assuming you two can create a hollow for it to pass through. See, Rye hates good and joyous things, so she wants it all to be destroyed. That's why she likes... I actually have no idea how to pronounce it. Fermented fish. Fly, Poxy, fly! Well, it made it in. And something's coming out. It's... I have no idea what it is. Cloud of darkness. Aha! I have no idea what that is and do not care. I mean, they literally are. So, I don't know how to pronounce it. I can't do pronunciations. I'm so terrible. Ah, there it is. Enshroud. Oh, that's new. How the hell does that work? Oh, it's dead. I also look like this now. So, you know, that's cool. Sorry, this is just me now. It's not a phase. It's not a phase. They really have something, don't they? I suppose they're of similar age in some ways. Thank you for clearing that up. The pork's ought to be back any moment now, though I can't sense it. Odd. Perhaps it's lost? If Lore creates an etheric beacon, it might find its way back more easily. It's not a phase! God! By the way, Gigapudding asked a question like several days ago. What do you think the G-Warrior piloting is a testbed for? Do you mean in gameplay, like in real-life terms, or in-universe? Oh. So I think they're trying to, for lack of a better way to put it, emulate the vehicle concept that WoW has done since Wrath. And the reason why is because the vehicle concept has since been used to extremely good effect in WoW, and it lets them do a whole lot of cool stuff with regards to gameplay design and encounter design. And there are literally boss fights where you aren't yourself, you're in a vehicle, right? So I imagine they're trying to do it for the exact same reason. Spreading out the toolkit, so to speak. I didn't know that, Cadus knows. So there you go. Oh, speaking of which, Kata, since you care about PvP, I think that was you. What do you think about what they've said about the new PvP mode? Oh my god, I suddenly can't think of the name of it. The escort thing to your payload. The payload thing. Role-playing isn't quite the same thing in terms of tech. And that's all I can say about that, because I don't know how the hell to explain that. But, put simply, this would be an evolution of it. More you can do with it. Let's just put it that way. So, yes, but you can do more with it, and so I think they're expanding it to do more with it. Ergo, being able to do more with it. I'm a good explainer. I believe it performed its task thoroughly as instructed. Good, Porksy. With luck, its observations may lead us to a means to drive the darkness from the 13th. However, I'll need to review its findings in detail, and it'll take years to deduce a solution. I admit I am impatient to find a way forward, but I've endured millennia with half as much hope as I have now. If I might wait, that is what I must do. The explainerator. Like Lore and your warriors of light, I will persevere until my world is safe. That's what a hero does. I think he'll make a good one. You as well. If that's the end of the excitement, we should head back. Clear out all the pall of anxiety Sarek is spreading all over the place. I mean, I said this already. Payload is bare bones. It is ground tier, basic level of objective-based PvP. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. If you're just starting off with experimenting with trying something new in your PvP thing, then doing so with something very basic and very proven is probably a good idea. So. Hang on, let's look cool. There we go. Gotta increase our cool factor. Yeah, StarCraft 2 actually used the MOBA format several times to make some really good custom maps. In the campaign, no less. Now to kill Zero! Oh, wait, no. Talk to Silo instead. You may to assure him that Tainer hasn't been devoured by a void scent. Oh my god, Sarek! What I want to know is what they're doing for, I forget what it's called. There's actually a term for it in PvP design. I'm wondering what they're doing to prevent stonewalling. I'm wondering what they're doing to prevent, I can't remember what it's called. In World of Warcraft, doing the first battleground they ever added to it, which was the capture the flag thing. Those maps, as originally designed, could quite literally last forever. There was no built-in mechanism to prevent the game from stalling. Again, literally forever. Some maps would actually take hours upon hours upon hours. This is actually a problem with the original Alterac Valley as well. So, there's a term for that, and I can't think of what it is, but there's such and such protection in order to prevent that kind of thing from happening. Oh, so just a hard time limit? See, that's an easy fix, but that is a fix. Ah, you've returned hale and whole. Not that any doubt you would, of course. There is one other problem when it comes to these things, and that's called snowballing. I wonder if there's any snowballing protection being put in. To use a direct example there, Heroes of the Storm, the best MOBA ever made, actually has quite a bit of anti-snowball protection built into it. The worse you're doing, the more likely you are to be able to succeed in one way or another based on the individual maps and based on how the classes and the units are designed, in order to prevent one side from starting to win and then just sweeping. We may have the information we need to save the 13th. Maybe it may take some time, years maybe, until we're certain, but I'll be here for as long as it takes. On that subject, I've been thinking. Would you be interested in joining us? As a bounty hunter, I mean. Sarah and I hunt down sin eaters and other threats. The first was saved, but it remains far from safe. You could help us protect the people here. I think I'd like that. Protecting people. Yep, they're still sin eaters. Much less of an issue. Still an issue. The zombie apocalypse is over, but there's still a zombie here and there. Strength, you say? Sounds like you could use a dwarf with a massive hammer. Hey, Giat. And a tank, and a terrible archer. And a paladin who doesn't know how to fight anymore. I may have shared this tale of the 13th with a few of the noted hunters. Oh, I agree, Omega Legion, completely. I know what it feels like to fight for something you've already lost. To find a way to make things right. And I know, oh my god, you're right, they don't have a healer. I know it's not easy for you to fight on your own, inconvenient as that little truth may be. Giat. I was gonna say, thus a new team is born. This calls for a toast. Glug, glug, glug. Actually, canonically, she heals us out of our visions with insults. So, I don't object, as long as this lot carries their weight. I'm a bounty hunter, not a Fuka herder. I do too, Tunnel Homer. I'm talking about what I would do with the story, but I do hope they at least do something with this. And don't let this dangle. I shall do my best to justify the faith you've shown in me, and to save my home. Someday we can hope to visit it together. A deep dungeon of the 3rd. Or the 13th, excuse me. I don't know what I think of that. Now, a playground of the 13th is something I could see them actually doing. You know, Boja, too. Think about that for a minute. The idea of... So, obviously, I have issues with Boja, and I do. But they went from Eureka to Boja. Why not make the 3rd one the 13th, the World of Darkness? And yeah, you get it, right? We kill Void Sense, we gain a hold, we start to recover it bit by bit. And you know, apply some of the things they've learned gameplay-wise to make the whole thing a little bit less irritating to do. And yeah, dude, that sounds awesome. And you can tie in your relic to it. And there we go. We've got a built-in theme for the new relic. Weapons of Darkness. I mean, come on. It sort of works, it sort of writes itself, you know? Where's Shadowbringers? Go. The Shadow of the Voids. Anyways. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. Give me one moment, please. You have the worst timing, Shadow Machine. I'm just sitting here trying to chew as fast as I can. Thank you, Shadow Machine. Very, 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 very much. I am always appreciative. Always thank you. Thank you. I have never seen the trailer, no. Actually, to be more accurate, I've seen the first 5 seconds of the trailer like 50 times. But I've never actually seen the trailer for Endwalker. Because it fires up every time you idle on the title screen, which has happened to me several times. So I'm just sitting there like, da-da-da-da-da-da. And it's like, here's Alize! And I'm like, nope, nope, nope. And then here's Alize! Nope, 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 nope. And then Alize is there! Nope, nope, nope. And that's going towards the Dragon Age block. Thank you again, Shadow Machine, very much. Okay. 5.5. Good news, Lore. Thancred and Urianger have finished their tour of Garlemald and are on their way back even as we speak. As we still haven't heard anything from the towers, from the Alliance, I'm hoping they might be able to shed some light on things. They're due to arrive any moment, so let's see what they have to say, huh? Yeah, Urianger was just here. Oh, welcoming party. You needn't have gone through the trouble. From what I hear, you've been more than busy enough. Yeah, I was just taking Unu over to the first. Honestly, you might have waited for me to return before discovering a cure for tempering. As it is, I can't even pretend to be involved. Well, if it's any consolation, I myself was little more than a spectator. The lion's share of the credit must go to Alize, Garaha, and Lore, but I believe I speak for the rest of us when I say we are proud to have rendered what little assistance we could. As you will also have heard, though, it isn't all tales of triumph. Just as we were taking steps forward towards finally addressing the primal threat, a pile of fresh problems landed in our lap. Anyway, good to have you back. I can't help notice you were one Urianger short of a scouting party. You haven't lost him, have you? No, he had to turn Unu into a thing. It was weird. I couldn't lose him if I tried, and I did try repeatedly, but no, he decided to linger in Alamigo to apprise Roban and the others of how the land lies in Garlemald. Maybe you should do the same for us. Indeed, it was just as Lee said. Worse, in fact. Devastation as far as the eye could see. Nerva and the Third, however, were notable in their absence. Might they have met their end at the hands of Xenos and Fandaniel? Perhaps, or perhaps they simply lost the will to fight. You see, the capital has been plunged into a deathly silence with one exception, the Imperial Palace. It was a busy place before the war and has grown busier still, with throngs of soldiers and civilians working day and night to rebuild, or rather transform it. What? A whale. That is a difficult question to answer. The construction is vast and unsettling to behold, like something from a nightmare. According to Urianger, certain aspects of its design were clearly devised with manipulation of ether in mind. Magitech, in other words. Yet as unnerving as the edifice was, it was nothing next to the sight of its builders. They swarmed the place like so many insects, working with an area word exchange between them. No one overseeing the construction, no one barking orders. It was as if they were possessed or tempered. We wanted to investigate more closely, but given our suspicions, it seemed wiser not to take the risk. If Fandaniel could bind Bahamut to his will, might he have done the same to the people of Garlemald? Whatever the truth may be, this information is certain to prove valuable. You have our thanks. Well, be sure to say from Urianger, which reminds me, I have a message from Alamigo. Roban is hosting a meeting to discuss the latest findings on the towers, and he requested your presence. Why not leave that to us? You must be wary from your mission. No, I'm fine. Those towers have been on my mind since I first spied one on the way back, and I'm keen to get to the bottom of this. In that case, I shall stay and begin looking into the matter. As promised, Krile, we need not all attend. Very well. I suggest the rest of us make our way to Alamigo forthwith. The sooner we leave, the more time we will have to speak with Urianger before the meeting. Right about now is when someone is supposed to jump into chat and say, "Hey, Lord, you forgot this entire 5-hour quest chain that you forgot to do over here." Because that's happened 4 times this run. If you're curious to know what I will be doing in your absence, let's speak of it another time. At present, Kral and I have no more than a hypothesis. That's true! I did forget to do Eureka. Okay, so nothing new there dialogue-wise. That's true, I didn't do the StarCraft collaboration. Or the rest of Delibrum. Or Dalriada. Or Eureka. Or the post-Moogle quest, which I'm actually not doing. I did forget to do Endwalker, that's true. Hopefully sometime today, we'll see, we'll get to Endwalker, because we still have 5.5 and 5.55 to go through, and I have no idea how long those are. I don't even know if there's any dungeons or raids or anything in that mess. Although I was only at Revenant's Toll a short while, I did manage to squeeze in a brief visit with Philamine. Spring water only, it being a visit. I wonder if there's been any developments regarding the Amalja abductions. It can be no coincidence the incidents began occurring just as the towers first appeared. While we may safely assume the Telephoroi, the Greeks are behind the works being carried out on the Imperial Palace, we can only guess at their purpose. We gave up on Blue Mage. I mean, that's not true. I was never going to do Blue Mage. I just want to show it off briefly and slot it in as a minigame, which it is. The Royal Menagerie is still closed to civilians. Van Daniel and his pets certainly left their mark. My friends, much and more have I heard of your travails in my absence. Heartened am I to see you hale and whole. As are we to see you safely return from your mission, Urianger. I trust Thancred made you feel welcome. Well, well, if it's an Alpino and his merry band. Hey, Arenvald. We were just here. For the summoner quest of all things. What are you doing here? When we spoke via Link Bro, you told me you'd be away on a mission. That is to say, this isn't part of it, but enough about that. It's good to see you looking so similar. I thought you'd have grown taller after the whole year in another world, but apparently not. I'm sorry to disappoint you. While my soul is a year older, my body is hardly aged, as you are well aware. And may I remind you that we Elizon are known to be late bloomers. Yeah, are we ever going to see them grow up? Especially in terms of our height. Mark my words, the day will come when even a great Auroch such as yourself will crane to meet me eye to eye. Just look at Lore back there. I mean, I pointed out Arenvald the first time I saw him, way back in ARR. It was not till my 20th summer I myself outgrew my boyish proportions, though Moonbreda towered over me nonetheless. Arenvald brings out the best in Alpha now, doesn't he? They both seem so at ease in each other's company. It's almost endearing. You know, I just realized, even though almost none of the real-life players are Elizon, there are more Elizons in the party than anything else, counting me. For Dola, mostly. We need to go about a few things before we set out. Set out? Wait, does that have something to do with the towers? What gave you that impression? Actually, tell me later. You've got a meeting to go to. I'll see you afterwards. Yeah, let's see. We've got a Hure, an Elizon, an Elizon, an Elizon, a Mikote. Yeah, if Fordola's going with him. And another Mikote. Wait a minute. There's some species missing from this party. I always knew we were secretly specious. See you around, Maverick. Yeah, and we all have white hair. To some extent or another. Yeah, no Rogadins, no Aura.
Ere we begin, I would like to offer my gratitude to Masters Thancred and Urianger. It is no small feat to infiltrate the Imperial capital, and live to tell the tale. much less in times of civil war. Thanks to them, we may plot our course in full knowledge of how the winds blow in Garlemald.
Full glad are we to have been of service. But verily, such dangers as we did encounter pale into insignificance next to those faced by our comrades.
Theatrics. He sought only to make a show of the power at the Telophoroid's disposal. But since then we have seen no sign of this Fandaniel or his worm. And while we've done what we can to bolster our defenses, there's no telling where he might strike next.
Whenever and wherever it may be, we must use the intervening time to learn more of our enemy. 'Twas with this in mind that we dispatched scouts to investigate the towers.
Our advance party took longer than expected to return. And when they did, they tried to kill us. Luckily, I'd seen that sort of thing before, and we were able to restrain them before they did any harm. Then it was just a matter of letting the Porksies do their work.
Are you saying they were tempered?
Once they'd come back to their senses, they told us everything they could. It seems that just as they were getting close to the tower, they heard an ear-splitting roar. And that was the last thing they remembered.
So there's signal boosters for tempering.
But what worries me most is what they were saying right before they attacked. Glory be to Garlemald.
The Tempered have heretofore ever been thralls to primal entities. Yet these hapless souls were compelled to accept a nation as the object of their devotion. This calleth into question all that we know of the condition.
Would that the unsettling news ended there. Alas, there is more. Following the earlier reports of missing Amalja, we have learnt that other beast tribes have suffered similar losses. And we now have reason to believe that the abductions are connected to the appearance of the towers. Our scouts sighted black-garbed figures leading shackled Ixal in the direction of the tower in Dravania. The Temple Knights were able to intercept them before they could reach their destination, liberating the Ixal and apprehending their captors, each of whom was found to be equipped with Garlean arms and armor.
So the Empire is the common thread.
With the support of Xenos, it seems likely that Fandaniel has rallied a faction of the splintered Garlean army to the banner of the Telophoroi.
Lord Hien reached the same conclusion when I shared our findings with Doma. The plan had been to march on Garlemald from the east and west in order to force a peace treaty. But the situation has changed. Dealing with the threat of the towers must come first.
We literally...
The nature of the enemy and the proven risk of tempering, I could think of few suitable candidates to aid in this task. But I am confident in my choice.
We literally have artillery. Use it.
What?
Resistant to primal influence as they are, they can investigate the towers without fear of being turned.
We are glad to put our gifts to use, Commander.
Gifted or not, going behind enemy lines remains a perilous undertaking. But we must know more if we're to strike back at our foe. I'm counting on you.
Hostage shields.
If it would give us the upper hand, I'd do it 100 times over. We won't let you down.
I like her new armor, by the way.
That concludes the briefing. You two, make ready and join your escort.
Are you certain about this, Arenvold?
I am. Come on, let's talk outside.
That being said, I actually agree with Lunaruth's plan here. That's a new outfit. Where'd you get that? Hang on, come out of the sun so I can see it. Or, never mind, the sun is finding you. That's actually funny. Look at that. The sun just is like, oh yeah, no, I got you. I got you. Here, hang on, let me do this. There we go. No, I like that. That looks good on you. And that's your rogue? I mean, it looks like dancer gear, but you've got daggers. Confuse it. Speaking of which. Yeah, I still haven't settled on a good outfit for mine. Oh, wow. Oh, I remember those. I remember those. I actually saw those when I was deciding on cosmetics for my own dancer. I went with these things instead. Nice. Good motif. Where is Reaper? There we go. It's small talk here after look elsewhere. I'm only after your hip. I accept that numbers can prove a hindrance when infiltrating enemy territory, but sending two? So, what I was about to say before I got distracted by Lunaruth is I actually agree with the idea of investigating before artillery bombing, but we should probably be spiraling up the gun, so to speak. We should probably be getting ready to go for actually destroying these things. Like, forgive me for being irritable, but like, I've seen in fiction before where it's like, well, the enemy's doing something. All right, let's watch and see what they're doing. Are you going to do anything about it? No, we're just going to watch. They've literally put towers in your territory. Yep. Do something! So, we'll see what happens. Now that that's out in the open, I don't have to keep it under my proverbial hat anymore. Yeah, these things are temper boosters, or whatever the hell they are.
So you know, I've already gone through all the formalities at the Rising Stones. Made sure to inform Jamoldva and Vmar at Ralga's Reach as well.
Arenvold, I admire your enthusiasm, but this is far more dangerous than anything you have done before.
Also, I'm right here. I could go with them. Right here.
I know the risks. And I also know what's in store if we don't stop Fandaniel from carrying out his plan.
You don't know what his plan is. I don't know what his plan is.
With this power of mine, I can make a difference. If I stood idly by, I would regret it for the rest of my life.
Arenvold, I swear to God, please stop decorating your hair with these kill flags, would you?
And you, Fudola? Is this what you want?
What are you asking me for? It's not like I have any say in the matter.
You super do.
Don't pretend. We both know Commander Aldin gave you a chance to refuse. And you didn't.
So the Empire's finished, is it? Well, that's what they're all saying. That the great and glorious Garlemald slit its own throat.
You may or may not remember that a while ago, several weeks ago, I mentioned the best thing to kill Garlemald is Garlemald.
And now, from out of its twitching carcass crawls the Telophoroi with bloody Xenos at its head! I fought for Garlemald. Killed for Garlemald. What was I part of? I need to know. Whatever it is, I need to know.
Very well. If your hearts are set on this, I shall not stand in your way.
I'm going to be very upset when Arnvald dies here.
If you've finished with your touching display of camaraderie, I have a question. Which tower are you planning to investigate, exactly?
Well, the one in Girabani is said to be tightly guarded. It's patrol after patrol out there, apparently. We'd be spotted before we got anywhere near it. Which is why we've set our sights on the one in Pagalthan instead. There shouldn't be anything like as many Imperials to worry about down there.
Even so, I doubt the local Amalja will look kindly on it if they catch you sneaking around in their territory.
Fordola and I had a chance to learn the lie of the land in our previous forays there. We might still find trouble, but at least we won't lose our way. Well, we'd best not keep them waiting any longer.
Mayhap when all of this is over, we could take another trip to Loxeld. I would have you know I've become a rather capable swimmer since our last visit.
Ha! I'll believe that when I see it. Though, to be fair, getting into deep water does seem to be a scion's lot in life. Take care, eh?
You know what I would do, rather than kill Arnvald if I was writing this? I'd have him be tempered. I know what you're thinking, but he can't be. No, that's the point.
It means a lot, you know. You coming with me?
I'll still owe you for saving my skin, don't I? Can't return the favour if I'm not there.
I dare say you'll get your chance before long. That Fandaniel sounds like a tricky customer. Too much for the likes of me, anyway. But we both know I'd just be another soldier if it weren't for my gift. And I need to be a damn sight more than that given what's coming. I realise I can't hold a candle to a hero like the Warrior of Light, or Alphino, for that matter. He might look like he's 12, but he's seen more action than most people see in a lifetime.
By the way, nice camera angle there.
No, the fact is I'm nothing like them, and maybe I never will be. But I'll be damned if I don't try.
Yeah, this is starting to worry me. I love Arnvald, and I like Fordola, and this is great, but, like, they're building this up a little bit too much.
They're counting on me. On us. So let's give it our all.
Yeah, he's decorating with the frickin' red flags at this point. And of course she'll live, because that's the more tragic thing to happen. Reloaded was making fun of me last night as we were talking about the Trek rewrite and discussing how we're going to do it. And he said one of the to make fun of me was like, have a character turn to the screen and say, I sure do love being alive.
So let us have faith in him. Him and Fordola both.
I'm so glad I'm no longer dead. And just turn and stare at the camera.
While they see to the towers, I would attend to another task. Chasing down this lunar Bahamut.
Ah, bloody thing. Can you hear me? It's Tataru. Ah, I'm happy to say we've managed to find Estinian. And I'm sorry to say he went running off again the moment we told him about Bahamut.
Why did you...
But he did mutter something about heading to Ishgard, so if you're quick, you might still be able to catch him.
Thanks, Tataru. And yes, we have Lalafels in the party, obviously.
Even if we set out this instant, he may already have left by the time we arrive. Have her send the Bonanza to Ishgard. It may prove useful should we need to give chase.
Gladly. I'll see to it as soon as Kryl and I get back to the Rising Stones. Good luck.
While you go off on your dragoon hunt, Urianger and I will return to headquarters. We have much to tell the others.
I wish you every success in your search for our elusive friend. May we all meet again ere long.
Yeah, exactly, Von Falkenstein. Why did you tell her about Bahamut? Alright, I'm gonna find that Dragoon, no matter the cost. Also, I changed my mind. I wouldn't have both of them be tempered. I'd have Arenvald be tempered, and because of her artificial echo, she's still immune to whatever escalation is happening that's making it so they can temper someone who's previously immune. So then, we have all the tragedy on her, and all the death, worse than death on him, and the stakes are risen, and I'm a horrible person. See, I like this outfit, Giga. I believed in you, Giga. I knew you could have a good outfit. Speaking of which, I'll have a cookie right now, since I'm kind of going to be working into my lunch break here. Maybe. Listen, all I'm saying is that I am apparently the most evil writer ever. That's what everyone tells me. Everyone tells me that to some extent or another, and I'm just like, what? Damn. Yes, Giga has actually gotten good at... No! I spoke too soon. I take it back. Fashion gone. Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. His is another name that features prominently in the history books. It'll be fascinating to meet the man in the flesh. It's timing. I get the impression Arenvald is more apprehensive than he lets on. He will have been grateful for Alphino to see him off. I don't want to inflict pain. I just want people to care about what I write. How can we make the story more tragic? Whatever it is that brings him home, we must hope it will keep him there long enough for us to find him. Come, there's no time to lose. What's actually funny, everyone talks about how they write differently. I write very stupidly. I like that outfit, by Meredith. I write stupidly. Here's how I do it. You know, some people sit down, they have a message they want to share. Maybe sometimes there's like an idea they start with or whatever. My goal is and always has been to just write a good story. What I mean by that is I don't sit in the writer's room and think, how do I make things tragic? What instead I think is, what would be the best story I could come up with? That's always my primary goal. And near as I can tell, that actually makes me unusual when it comes to writers. Of all the writers I've both studied, interviewed, and seen interviews of, most people don't do that. They usually have some other goal in mind when they're writing. Assuming we find him, this will be my first encounter with the famous Estinian. If he's half the man Alphino claims, I expect to go weak at the knees. Maybe do fainting while I'm at it. I only visited Ishgard once before, after the devastation of the 8th Umbral Calamity. To see the place in all its former... forgive me, its original glory is tantalizing indeed. There must be the edge and the pain! Sorry. Yes, I'll make the CU arc even more sad. All present? Good. Let's split up and search for Estinian. Since we're relatively new to the place, Garaha and I will look around the open spaces. Squares and markets. You and Lore delve into the nooks and crannies. There it is. Where's the fire? There we go. Let's just get a correct camera angle here. Very well. Let's reconvene at the airship landing later. With or without Estinian. Good luck. I think I shall begin at the Skysteel Manufactory, so perhaps you could try the congregation? Lucia may well have heard of our friend's return. Yes. Yes! Oh, sorry. And then she no. But then she survives Terra, and she has to kill Gosetsu. She's the one who has to cut his throat. And she desperately doesn't want to, for obvious reasons. What is clogging up my inventory? Oh my god. I need to dump all this material on the auction house at some point. Look at all this crap. What is this? Where did this come from? Get out of my inventory. What is this? Get out of my inventory. Oh my god, go away. Ugh. Can I just use these? Oh, I can. Just use these things. Yeah, no, exactly. Then we cure tempering, and we go tell Suyu, hey, we found a cure for tempering. And she's like, oh, that's nice. And she goes and she commits suicide. I could go worse than that. Good day to you, Warrior of Light. Lord Aymeric sent word you would be in attending the meeting of Alamigo, so I assume you've not come in search of him. But do I owe the pleasure of your visit? I see. No, we were not aware Sir Estinian had returned to Ishgard, but as I expect you remember, he is wont to come and go as he pleases. Mayhap he came seeking an audience in Lord Aymeric, but only found him absent. In any event, I can't help you. Aw, well thanks, Lucia. No, Death Eagle. No. I've never been rich in any MMO I've played, although it's probably worth noting I've also never tried. In my defense. Nope, not even a WoW. I mean, okay, you can argue I was witch in WoW because I ran a successful raiding guild for several years, and so I had total access to the guild's resources. But I don't count that. Tristan is every bit as elusive as Urianger suggested. Also, I drained a lot of my gold in WoW over the last couple of years, buying subs. At several 100,000 gold a month, so, you know, that adds up after a bit.
No sign of him. Not that I've ever met him before, but the way Alphino goes on about him, I'm fairly sure I could pick him out in a crowd.
Speaking of which, it does seem awfully quiet. If the erstwhile Azure Dragoon had returned to Ishgard, would it not be a source of general excitement?
First the Scion's Coinkeeper, and now you. I'm beginning to think these meetings are more than mere coincidence. Not that I'm complaining. It's been too long.
That's not Alphino.
Too long?
You look an ilm taller and twice as rugged. It suits you, Alphino.
Oh my god. Like,
quieter though. Have you been giving him lessons on how to be the strong, silent type?
And thus ends the tale of the Azure Dragoon.
I am not Alphino! If the two of you are such firm friends, perhaps you should remember what he looks like. And what do you mean, rugged?
It's the outfit.
Ugh! Had my brother mentioned what an oaf you are, I'd never have bothered looking for you in the first place.
What's funny is it was actually kind of heartwarming for a second, because obviously Estinian is legitimately fond of Alphino, right? Like, he was actually really pleased to see him again.
The Azure Dragoon. He who fought and felled the dread worm Nidhogg at the Warrior of Light's side.
I was about to say, even regardless of the outfits, you can always tell which one's which.
To think the day would come when I should see this living legend with my own eyes.
Estinian, I'd like to personally apologize
someone mind explaining what is going on?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Is everything all right? I thought I heard Alize shouting. Estinian! It's been too long.
Look, Rax.
No, it's quite understandable. That was hardly the first time we've been confused for one another. Nor, I suspect, will it be the last.
Well, I, for one, will not be making that mistake again.
Yes, please, we're trying to reconnect with Estinian, not push him further away.
What I will say, for the second time today, is that you've grown. Inside and out. I can tell.
One can't remain a spoiled little lordling forever, you know.
At least someone's having a good time. You know, when we were growing up, Alphino would never befriend other boys because he couldn't stand the thought of not being in charge. But maybe that's changed. He seems just as happy around Estinian as he does Arenvald.
I'm gonna be mean. You can't keep him to yourself forever.
Keep him to my... You're joking, aren't you? I'd be glad if someone would take him off my hands.
No rest for the righteous, eh? Speaking of which, I was just on my way to borrow an airship to take me to Azisla.
Azisla? How could I forget? The dragon with whom Bahamut shared the deepest of bonds.
Tiamat.
Aye, Tiamat, his mate. Even now she remains imprisoned on Azisla, though her remorse binds her faster than any shackle.
I see. As the one who first summoned Bahamut, you believe she may be able to shine some light on his latest incarnation.
Might I suggest that we make the journey to Azisla together? I'm not sure if Tataru mentioned this, but we Scions have an airship of our own now.
I see no reason why not. Assuming your sister can bear the thought of sharing a deck with me.
Be my guest. But confuse me with Alphino again, and I'll throw you overboard.
What's funny is they do actually look pretty distinct.
I don't know who he thinks he is, but he's nothing like Alphino painted him to be.
Like, even the eyes are slightly different. The lipstick is different. The earring is obviously different. The color of the hair is different. The parting of the hair is different.
I will admit, he is not exactly as I imagined him either. Based on what I had read of the man, I think I was expecting someone a little less... blunt?
I wasn't even going to mention the obvious stuff, like the voice or the outfits. To complain, but I didn't expect to find myself here quite so soon. So this is the Delta Quadrant. Voyager reference. Tiamat summoned Bahamut once before. She may have again, willingly or no. It's been quite some time since wait, people can wear different clothing? Since we last set foot in Azizla, but I understand the three of you were here most recently. I don't suppose you chanced to meet Tiamat during your visit. Alas, no, we had no cause to set foot in the Delta Quadrant. Who does? But I have studied the relevant records. Which is not to say I wouldn't appreciate a first-hand account of you dealing with her. Okay, I'm sorry, can I share that one on camera? Hang on, I'll finish this cutscene. Lore is the person to ask. As far as I know, he's the only one of us who met Tiamat face-to-face. Yeah, twice, actually. So even now, she remains a prisoner of the Allagons, who are very dead. Ever since the end of the war with Mercidia, yes. I've been held captive for so long. I too have met with Tiamat. In a flashback. After the Dragon Song war came to a close, I came to speak with her, a worm who had fought her own war against man in another age. I wished to know if she yet harbored thoughts of vengeance, and asked as much. She said no. My hatred for your kind was extinguished long ago. But the guilt she feels for resurrecting Bahamut burns on undimmed. It torments her even now. I see. Then your original reason for coming here was out of concern that Tiamat had been forced to summon Bahamut. Nidhogg is a part of me. I feel his emotions as my own, and I know he would not allow his sister to be made a tool of evil. In his absence, it falls to me to watch over her. Take the coins. So, I get all sorts of negative comments on YouTube, and I usually just kind of brush over them, honestly, because whatever, right? But I saw one that really amused me. Hang on, I'm trying to pull it up here so I can share it with you word for word. If I ever give anybody crap about defending Voyager, let me remind you of the guy today who left the following comment defending a bad episode of Voyager. And I quote, "How come it's always the most complicated episodes that are considered the worst just because someone can't understand it? Just say it's a complex episode that I can't understand, and I don't like that fact." By the way, to really twist that knife, the episode in question was The Fight, for those of you who get that. I'm not going to elaborate, but yeah. Yeah! I'm going to go ahead and chop off for lunch since we're nowhere. So I'll be back in a bit.